Gather round, freaks, because we're hitting the 7 seas. And by hitting, I mean an iceberg. Iceberg ho! That's what they called me in high school. Are you ready for another episode of Hey, did you see this one?
Once upon a time, movie magic was dwindling, and things were changing. And this month, Stephen Waters and Hey, did you see this one? Would like to take you back there. Take you on a trip down memory lane to revisit some of their favorite movies from the late 1900s. From cult classics to box office hits, they'll explore the mysticism of this iconic era of film history. Tune in to relive the magic of the previous century in the nostalgic 90s.
Are you guys redoing Mystery Man? What the hell?
Listen, I made a mistake, all right? Some of us make them. I literally just finished editing that video like 5 minutes ago, and I was like, Batman's not done downloading, so I didn't have the title clip for it. So I just left in the ones from last time, but I'll probably edit it next week.
You're doing Batman without me?
Batman, The Mask of the Phantasm? Yeah. We're doing that next week with Tim and Cam. But anyway.
You got Titanic.
You're on the show right now.
Yeah. We got the Hidden Figures crew back together.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh,
so
gee.
a whole month coming up too.
All right,
I've
but you guys
ever done it with you guys with this 4, I think.
Oh yeah, that's true.
This is all I know.
Is that true? Yeah, that is true. All right, well, that's fun.
Because
though.
every time it's evolved.
You know what?
Every time it's evolved into a Titanic episode.
Yeah. Speaking of a crew that we should take our hats off to is the crew of the Titanic, because that's the movie that we're here to talk about today on our favorite movie discussion podcast. Hey, did you see this one? I am your host, Stephen Boba Blackfly, joined by my co-host, J. Titanicson R. Phillips. I should have read that before I tried to say it. And we have 2 beautiful guests here, returning for the 9 millionth time, Noel DeWitt Bukater.
You're going to have to write that one down.
Yeah. Welcome back, Noel. Good to have you. Also, happy birthday.
Yay!
It's Noel's birthday today, everybody. Happy birthday. We love
Happy
you.
birthday. What the hey?
And then also we're joined by one of our favorite guests, Caitlin Claessens, the star of internet and TV. Welcome back to the show for the 4th time? Third time.
No, 4.
4. Okay. It was.
And 4 is my favorite number.
Oh, it's a good number, that 4. I love
I'd
4.
also just like to quickly add, it is episode 229, and Steve would never say it himself, but it is now the nostalgic 90s because it's Steve's birthday month as well.
Oh, yeah, it's my birthday month. The last few years, I've been choosing nostalgic 90s as my theme for the month, but all it really is an excuse for me to revisit some of my favorite movies from childhood. And this week, we've decided to land on the Titanic by request of both of our guests. I believe it was the last time you guys were both on where you're like, we're doing Titanic. And I was like, all right, I'll store that for something.
We just always ended up talking about Titanic somehow, no matter what movie it was. So it's like, well,
I mean, for those of you who weren't there last night, we were watching Titanic together. The three of us, Jason, Caitlin, myself, plus our friend Cass. Had Noel also been there, I don't know if I could have processed a single second of the movie because Cass and Caitlin were just talking the whole time.
Well, I asked ahead of time, can we talk? And then I said, if I really put my mind to it, I don't have to speak all the lines. Like I can.
That's the thing, though. A lot of your talking was you just narrating the movie as it was happening, with the lines along with the characters, which I thought was very funny. It was a great time, and we have a lot to talk about. And I assume this show is going to be 12 hours long because you guys both love this movie so much. I also love this movie. I guess we can just go right into our. I guess do we have to talk to Zardos first? Oh my God!
Yeah, Zardos is floating by.
All right, we have to appease our movie god. Zardos, are you there?
Zardos speaks to you.
Zardos,
he demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
Excuse me, I hiccuped. There you go, Zardos. Time for us to synopsize the movie. Do we want one of you guys to do it? Caitlin, do you want to do it? You're muted.
Once upon a time in April 1912, the largest, grandest ship in the world that luxury cruise liners that anyone had ever seen was built, and people got on it and they went across the Atlantic Ocean. And it was kind of unique, I think, in the sense that it had like a first class, third class. It was supposed to be like super luxurious for the first class people. And, you know, it hits an iceberg. And the interesting thing about that was that they had all these warnings about icebergs, but they wanted to sort of prove that they were masters of the universe and that they could defy laws of physics by creating a ship that was not going to sink. And because of that, they also didn't have enough lifeboats. And then they hit the iceberg. Oh wait, I didn't talk about Jack and Rose. Okay, there's this lady named Rose, and she's on the ship. Okay, and she meets this guy Jack, who's like a
dirty artist,
a vagabond guy, and Rose feels trapped, you know, and she feels like there's no way out. And so she was going to jump off the ship one day. She's married to this, or she's going to get married to this guy, and she's like has to save the family and get the money from the guy. So she's going to jump off the ship, and then Jack pulls her back, and then they become friends, and then they fall in love, and they kiss, and then they do it in a car, and then the Titanic hits an iceberg. Oh no! And right along the waterline, and the first 5 compartments flood, and then it starts to go down by the head, and then eventually the whole thing goes under, and it's a big old tragedy, and chaos ensues, and Jack dies.
Poor Jack.
But before he dies, he makes Rose give a promise that she's going to live her life to the fullest, that she's not going to let go metaphorically of life and never feel trapped again. And she does that. She lives a beautiful, full life. And we cry. The end.
We all cried, except for Jason with his frozen heart.
It's dark and it's black.
Good job, Synopsis. Zardos is pleased. So let's go into our brief histories with this movie. The movie that came out in 1997, I believe, right? And we were all little babies, but we all still went to go see it because it was a historically significant moment in our lives, and our parents all took us to see a movie with straight up frontal nudity in it. It was good. Boobies. How do we do this again? Oh yeah, brief history.
A brief history.
All right, here we are.
Steve's the captain of the ship this week, folks.
She's made of iron. I assure you she will. So
Captain Stephen Smith.
yes. Caitlin, why don't you start first with your brief history?
Me?
Oh my goodness. There's
No.
a rabid animal on the show.
That's her history.
This is eating into your time. I'm just kidding.
It's a long movie. Chop, chop.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. So this movie, obviously, I remember when it came out. I didn't see it the day that. So my sister saw it, my brother saw it, everyone saw it. I was too young. So when my mom wanted to see it, and my dad begrudgingly took her to see it because he's a terrible dad, and a worse husband, my brother took me to go see Mouse Hunt.
It's
So,
also a good movie.
classic, really. And then we had it on the 2 VHS tapes,
Mhm.
and I would only ever watch the first VHS tape.
Ah.
It's not that the second half of the movie makes me so sad. And that's the point. It's supposed to make you sad, but I just can't do tragedies and I can't do stuff like that. So I'm a Weenie Hut Junior. But I guess my most recent kind of fun thing, Trevor hadn't seen it, my husband, and so I put it on several years back, and even he was moved by it. And he's not a man who enjoys the medium of film. So yeah, it's a movie. Yep.
It is a movie.
It's a movie.
It's a good one.
It's one of the most
It's a real good
quotable
one.
movies.
It is very quotable. Caitlin, why don't you tell us about your brief history with the movie Titanic?
Well, when it came out, I don't remember.
3 hours later.
I'll do a brief abridged history. But I remember very much wanting to see it, and it was right after my parents separated. So my mom was like a fresh single mom, and she took me to the movies, which I remember was kind of like a big deal because she was the only parent. I remember sitting in the theater. We arrived a little late because that's classic mom. And I remember not wanting the movie to end and just being like, I'm so excited to see this movie. I can't believe it. It's happening. And I didn't want it to end. And then once it started to sink, I was so terrified. And then I was like, it needs to be over. It needs to be over. I need to get out of here. And I remember going to bed that night and being terrified, like water was going to rush into my second story suburban bedroom. And I mentioned last night, for a while after that, I had to sleep in my mom's bed, and it could have been the trauma of my parents divorcing, or it could have been Titanic. I'll never really know. But I think it was
Titanic.
mostly Titanic. It was mostly Titanic.
Mostly Titanic.
I was really, really freaked out. And then we also had the double VHS, and it always was just a movie I would turn to when I would start to feel very, emotional and stressed out. And I would just start crying at very random things. I was like, okay, I need to watch Titanic and get it all out in a contained manner.
Mhm.
And I would just sob, and it would concern my mom. Also would quote it all the time. And I also had a friend who had never seen it. So I threw a Titanic party where we did a Titanic themed menu, and he loved it. I have so many Titanic themed things in my house. I should have put them around because people give me Titanic things because they know I like it. So it's and I think it's just a great movie.
Yes.
It's just really good.
It is
I love an emotional historical thing. It was great.
It's a flim, that's for sure.
Jason, why don't you give us your brief history of Titanic?
How about this though? I feel like the old 1958 movie A Night to Remember is better than the newer 97 Titanic by James Cameron. Other than the sinking, of course, it was 1958. I've never seen it. Have you guys seen that movie?
I don't think so.
What movie?
I'm a purist.
There's a
I wasn't listening to what you said because I was thinking
Jason,
about myself.
I thought you were talking about your history, and I just...
Yeah, no, that's fair.
It goes all the way back to 1958.
Oh, A Night to Remember.
Yeah. Anyway,
I've heard of this movie.
It's for me, it's part of the zeitgeist. It's part of pop culture. I was aware of it, obviously. In 1997, it wasn't my movie I wanted to watch back then. I wanted to watch professional wrestling and cartoons because I was 12. But also, no, I was 14. No, I was 12. Yeah, I was 12.
All right.
How old am I?
Yeah.
I remember when this movie came out and being like the girl movie, which we discussed last night while we were watching it. It's not a girl's movie. It's an everybody's movie. Everybody should come together and watch Titanic. It's an incredible movie. I think that it existed in my life sort of on the screens in the background, though, because there's many parts of the movie I remember. Some particular scenes I remember more than others as a growing teen. But I remember, like, I hung out with a group of young women, and me and my buddy Jake hung out with this group of young women, and they loved Titanic. So I'm sure there were times where we were at like parties, like birthday parties or whatever during this era, where it would just be on the TV in the background, sort of like my old house party. I've seen it at host parties, but I do remember it being very prevalent. But watching it last night all the way through for the first time, I didn't want the movie to end, not just because we were having a good time, but also because for a 3 hour and 15-minute movie, it doesn't really like hit the brakes. It just goes, and it's good, and it's paced like Avatar. So it's like there's just always a new plot opening up, and towards the end, I think Cass was saying how, like, or maybe it was you, Caitlin, how like you are invested in all of these characters. So as they're dying one by one, like a horror movie, from the ship literally breaking in half and going into the water, you care about all the things that are happening around you. It's just an expertly crafted film, and I'm excited to talk about it with you guys tonight.
Yeah. My brief history with the movie Titanic. I was mildly obsessed with the Titanic when I was a kid. I did like a massive project on the Titanic. You know, when you were in grade school and they really like, we have to do speeches next month. Everybody choose a topic. I chose Titanic. And I did my 10-year-old deep dive, and I just, zoomed through every piece of it. A lot of it still lives in my head. I was rattling off Titanic facts to you guys last night and be like, actually,
it's very impressive.
Yeah, just sorry, Steve, on that note.
Actually, did you know that
I am from Nova Scotia, so like you guys had like a unit on it at some point in school. We had a unit on it, I feel like every year of elementary, right up to like grade 7 or grade 9.
Because you guys are pirates, you live on the seas.
Yeah. Graveyard, one of the big graveyards is in
it's the graveyard is right there. We should go do a trip and then live stream from the graveyard. Nope.
Sorry, Steve. I
went there because I'm a fan.
Yeah, I actually went to the museum in Belfast when I was there, that where the Titanic was built, and there's like a cool walking museum where you just go through and see a bunch of stuff. They have like the tank that you can dip your hand in and all that kind of stuff. So I was pretty excited for this movie, even though it did have the stigma of being a girls' movie for whatever reason. I think it's just because there's romance in it. People automatically attribute that to being a girl thing, but it's like I didn't like identify as like this is boy stuff and this is girl stuff. I was just liked things. I'm like, I like this thing.
So what they do is that the first half of the movie, everyone goes in, and then as soon as the love story sort of ends, all the women are pushed out the door, and then the rest is just a men's movie.
It becomes Terminator
for the boys. Yeah. So I did go see this in theaters. I think also, there was a lot of talk on the playground of nudity in it. Whoa! So I was kind of like, oh, people think I'm a pervert, but really I just want to see the Titanic sink. And so my parents took me to see it. I do have a very strong memory of watching the movie, and when the man falls off the back of the ship and hits the rotor, there was a little kid sitting behind me, and you just heard him go like, like he started giggling like a psychopath, and then it made my dad laugh, and then it made me laugh. So there's 3 people just laughing at somebody horrifically smashing their legs and flipping a 360 into the water.
Pretty funny.
I guess.
Pretty funny.
It's anyway. That's like my strongest memory of being in the theater is just this psychotic kid behind me laughing at a man's torture. But also, I remember thinking the movie was great. I also had the VHS when I was a kid, but because it was so long, I wouldn't watch it very often. And a lot of the time, I would just watch the second half. But I did watch it fully through multiple times, but I did like all the stuff with the ship sinking, so I would often watch that. The fact that there's 2 VHSs just made it very simple and easy, right? You don't have to fast forward to specific parts.
I watched the girls' part and you watched the boys' part.
I watched both parts. I just like the sinking more. It's cool.
User C Doodle still has it on VHS. Do you guys have it on VHS anywhere?
It's probably at my parents' house.
Same.
Because I didn't take the VHS. I took my Star Wars VHSs and that's it. Anyway, first time I saw it was in theaters, and I've watched it tons of times since. But again, because of the length, it's rare that I watch it. So I was pretty excited to watch it with you guys this week, and I had a pleasant time. We had a nice pizza party. It was good. Yeah. So now that we're through that, why don't we get into production?
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of shit.
Sound.
Speed. Action!
That was James Cameron talking.
Nick Sky 11 says the worst part of the movie for me personally is when the officer click-clacks in the final plunge with Murdoch. His family sued James Cameron due to the portrayal of him in the movie. I think that's
They
real.
did.
Right? We were
It's
talking
true.
about that a little bit last night.
It's true. And Ismay
discussing
wasn't as gross as that, and blah blah blah. There's been a lot of families that have been like, "Yo, Jimmy C, what up?"
Yeah, he's also had
Yeah.
issued public apologies at this point in his life, and it's like, I was treating it like a screenplay and not like a historical document. So I did.
He did romance it up a little bit.
He was like, I didn't do it out of malice. I did it out of good storytelling, and that is a very intense part of the movie, and it's
That's really cool.
good, but also it is pretty rude to do.
Tim was actually the laughing boy in your theater, and then his VHS is at the bottom of the Atlantic. Sorry, go ahead.
So are the Leafs.
Okay.
I think that one of the biggest artistic choices that James Cameron made, I think, because it was such a huge dramatic point of the movie, was the class separation between the first class and the third class. And recently I was listening to a podcast about the history of the Titanic, as one does, and they described that the barriers between the classes weren't full iron gates locked. They were actually just more like a rope with a sign. So this idea that people were kept down there and trapped, which when you watch the movie and you think that this is historically accurate, you're like, what the humanity like, these people are awful. But that wasn't the case. That blew my mind. And I was like, how come more people are not talking about this?
Yeah, they had doors like that,
podcast went a
though.
lot more.
They had
That were just locked?
There were the short barriers, and then there were regular doors, and then there were those barricade doors, but they weren't locked. They were just like there to direct traffic and flow. And the people in steerage didn't get out because it was a maze down there and also actively sinking. That was but it makes for good movie.
Other factors.
It does.
Oh my god! That part is so intense.
Yeah, imagine those moments, except there's just a velvet rope holding them back, and they're just politely waiting. Like, can we leave now?
Well, yeah, it was mostly just staff stationed at those places to make sure that people weren't going through. And by the time the boat is sinking, I'm pretty sure that those staff are left.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here. That's one of my favorite parts of the movie is when the guy throws all the money back at him, and he's like, "We're all gonna fucking die. I don't need this money. I'm gonna be dead soon."
Oh, since we're doing fun facts, I got one. So Jimmy C, after Titanic many years later, did this documentary about stuff that they just wanted to test out to see if they got it wrong or whichever. And one of them was the lifeboats. And even if they had the right amount of lifeboats, they wouldn't have been able to launch them in time. So you have Jimmy C and his crew trying to act like they had a lifeboat, and they were trying to lower it and timing and being there's no chance that all of the lifeboats would have been launched. So everyone was toast anyway.
I think he's trying to cut it with a knife, like a pocket knife, and it takes him almost 2 minutes. And he's like, I think if my life depended on it, I could probably shave 30 seconds off of that time.
Yeah.
But
that was a really fun video, and I watched it on my honeymoon in Middleton, which is near where the SS Keewatin used to be stationed. And all you Edwardian ship heads out there, it's like the last Edwardian ship around, and it was the last floating one. Now it's dry docked in Hamilton somewhere. But
Did you say Middleton?
Yeah.
You had in Nova Scotia. You had your
Penetanguishene.
Oh.
Sorry.
I thought maybe there was like a Middleton, like
I meant Midland. Midland,
Oh.
tiny, Penetanguishene. I'm an idiot. So
okay, because Middleton is in Nova Scotia, where of course that's where
Yes.
most of the survivors.
But the SSQ
live.
Watton is really cool. The staircase was designed by the same person who did the staircase on the Titanic. Like, it was one of those big Edwardian ships, so being in there was really freaking cool. And then I watched that documentary after, so like I guess that's like a cool Titanic part of my honeymoon and in life. And
Cool.
so cool. And I did the I'm the King of the World at the top of.
Oh God.
I want to briefly mention, because we usually talk about the box office numbers. This movie,
We haven't talked about a single thing of production yet.
well, that's I'm going to get into it here. This movie spent 12 years as the highest grossing film of all time, only outdone by another James Cameron movie, which we mentioned earlier on the show, Avatar. So he has basically spent most of his career with number one, not even most of his career, because he had a lot of movies in the 80s and before this, but the fact that he spent this movie was the number one grossing film for 12 years is incredible. Its domestic opening was like 28 mil, domestic 674 million overall, international 1.5 billion, worldwide 2.2 billion. It's one of the biggest movies ever in history, which I just wanted to.
It was the film to beat for a while in terms of box office, and deservedly so, because it's for everybody. It's really one of those movies that doesn't hit like a specific demo, right? Like
and there are no countries that are going to just not show it at all.
Like
you
no
don't
ghost
have
in it
that.
or anything.
But also, I don't think that would be possible now, though, because this was when movies had legs. Like, if a movie was still selling in theaters, it would stay. It was in the box office for a crazy amount of weeks. I'm not sure if you said it was like 14 weeks or something that it was in and they just don't do that anymore. Like, a movie can be streaming in like 2 minutes. And whenever I think about Titanic, it makes me miss that. Like, I'm always like, oh man, remember when movies had legs?
Yeah, it does remind me or make me remember a time where you had to show up early for a film because you couldn't, you had to, or else you'd sit in the front goddamn row and it was terrible.
Look up like this.
Yeah, and that's where I was sitting for Titanic, was one of the front rows, because my parents were absolutely terrible about getting into movies on time. So a lot of my childhood was spent in the front row. I remember seeing The Lost World in the front row, Casper in the front row, Titanic in the front row. A lot of front row viewings. Anyway,
the movies.
Okay.
1%er.
Yeah. It was the only thing we did.
Check this out. I'm an elementary school teacher. I've gone over the Titanic many times. I wish I could attach some of my artwork my students have made.
Aww.
I have to add, we love you, Katie. My little neighbors, Ellie and Sunny, are obsessed with you. Sending love.
Oh, that's such a nice message.
Thank you,
Hi, Ellie and Sunny.
Our very own Miss Rachel.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Canadian Miss Rachel.
Yeah.
Really, Miss Rachel's the American Miss Katie.
That's sorry, I was about to say that, and you beat me to
Shots
it. And
fired.
I feel bad
It's
about
okay.
that.
I like Miss Rachel. We can coexist. But
Do you know each other?
People love to compare us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You go to the
It's okay.
the kids performer conventions and scowl at each other from across.
We're all pals. We're all very friendly.
This is funny from Dave. This movie is good. Don't let the haters tell you otherwise. I don't think that there are haters for Titanic. I would say
there are
though.
There
are. People are just like, or just ignorant. They haven't seen it and they think, oh, I don't want to see it.
Or legitimate dislike of it, but based on something that's not shitty. Like, I have a pal who's like huge into movies. We have like, she has incredible taste, but she doesn't like Titanic because she finds it too emotionally manipulative. Like, she can just feel James Cameron like tweaking the emotions. Although, like, and the the strength of the movie is that it does that to her, even though she's like, ooh, I oughta. She's still like being moved by
How
the
dare you
movie.
make me feel things?
And it's just like, I think the method in which it is emotionally manipulative, and I get it. Like, I don't have a problem with it, but I completely understand her perspective on it.
Yeah, it very much feels like a movie that's meticulously tailored, and that's to the movie's strength, in my opinion. But it doesn't feel realistic to me. It feels like a stylized version of a love story. You know, like a lot of the time, I kept saying it over and over. I'm like, it feels like a Disney movie almost, like in the performances and just the pacing and the way the actors are playing off each other. It doesn't feel real, but that's okay because the movie is meant to be this grand thing. It almost feels like you're watching a play or something. And you know, that's a strength of James Cameron, the director, which we haven't really talked about yet. We've mentioned him a few times. Obviously, he's super talented, but he does typically make movies a little bit too long. Yeah,
he's a little crazy too. What is
every
it?
single time.
He's notorious for like treating he's not like Kubrick levels of crazy, but no, he is like he will only speak to people if they make like an awooga noise at him and a couple other things. So he's one of those incredible auteurs, and I think Kate Winslet has like several notes about the production, like she was like freezing in the water and like he had her do like multiple takes and do a whole bunch of stuff, and it's not like in a particularly like abusive way. That's not how she's told the story. It's just like in an intense way of like this is a crazy way to direct a film, and she peed a lot in the reservoir.
I mean, and she's
after
like,
a while, they were like, "You can't get out and pee." She's like, "Whatever, then."
I'm just gonna pee. I would also just do it to keep warm. The man is a little crazy, but he's also one of those dudes that, like, in the 90s, he seemed like he was, you know, like a next level, like laser beam focus, and so that kind of came off as him being an asshole. But then, you know, you see him talking to fans and to other directors and to actors, and it seems like he's a pretty chill dude. Maybe it's like time has calmed him down a little bit, but yeah, it definitely speaks to the work though, because he never really turns in a bad movie. You know, a lot of his movies do have their haters, but like I don't think that I've seen a single James Cameron movie where I was like, this is shit.
Didn't someone try to poison the crew on this?
Well,
they gave them
They
gave them LSD. Somebody put LSD into like clam chowder or something, and the entire crew and cast got super high on LSD. And like I think the story is James Cameron had never done any kind of psychedelic drug before, so he didn't know what was happening. He thought he was like losing his mind, and then he realized like, oh no, everybody's losing their mind. Something's happened. I thought that
was because there was someone who was disgruntled with the production.
That's the story, but nobody knows who did it. So like you can't really prove that.
We're all looking for the guy who did this.
Yeah. If you're the person that put the LSD in the clam chowder, please DM us.
Come clean.
It was known prankster Victor Garber.
Let me effort this.
But yeah,
Who poisoned the clam chowder?
There's tons of really great making of documentaries of this movie, and I've watched pretty much all of them at this point. I have also seen the thing that Noel was talking about. I think it was a National Geographic special. Yeah, it's worth a watch. It's basically like a long episode of Mythbusters, and they're just doing only Titanic stuff. Which oh my god, the Titanic sunk again. Have I seen what? I have seen Titanic 666. Yes, I've also seen Titanic 2, which is basically just like the most manipulative like marketing I've ever seen, where it's people think that it's a sequel to this movie, but the ship in the movie is just called Titanic 2.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's terrible. And I think it's a horror movie. I can't remember. I just remember the poster for it. But yeah, there's tons of great stuff you can find, more than we could ever talk about on this show. But you know, I think they built like a half of the ship I think it's in Mexico or something, because it was just cheaper for them to make it there. But they basically built like an actual model of half the ship so they could film everybody waving and stuff. And it's just all really cool and interesting. And everything in the ship is down to like the craziest details. They're all taken from real world examples. And we were talking about last night how there weren't actual proper blueprints for the Titanic, because it was actually based off of the blueprints for another ship called the Olympia, which is a sister ship, where they're basically identical, but they added a bunch of bells and whistles to Titanic that don't exist in the blueprints because they didn't use them. So to like try and do that without an actual blueprint is pretty impressive, because they're basing it all off of photographs and off of the stuff that they had found at the bottom of the ocean. Which was found in 1985 by a man named. I'm just kidding. Okay, so
White
but it's
Star
super impressive.
Line's still exists. It got bought by one of the crews. Let me effort this. Keep talking.
Okay. What was he saying?
No.
My brain got unfocused. So let's just move
Carnival.
on.
It's Carnival.
What is
Carnival Cruises? So White Star Line merged with
like
something and then became like the eventually it became Carnival Cruises, like the parent who owned it, blah blah blah. So
That's
every
funny.
single time a Carnival one goes out, and you can be like, it's gonna sink.
the
Like when that
Titanic.
one was like sinking off of the side of like Italy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Cruises are crazy.
Another fun fact was like, I have to stop myself with these fun facts. They'll go forever. But like,
Yeah, we got talking.
There's clocks and stuff on the mantelpieces, and James Cameron got really excited when he went in there with the camera because he's like, "That's where I put the fucking clock. It's still there. They're bolted down. I knew it would be there." And it's just kind of cute to watch.
I was just reading a little bit about the making of it, and they stamped Starline on the cutlery and the plates. Like, they made it as real as possible. And it's funny because in 97 those details are lost in like pre-HD. I guess now if you looked closely watching an HD cut or a remaster, you'd be able to see these details. And James Cameron was probably forward thinking enough to realize that. So I just thought it was interesting.
Well, also people like him just do that for themselves. Like, he is
Yeah.
obsessed with the Titanic. He doesn't give a shit if you're not going to see it on camera. He's putting it there for him because he wants to be inside the Titanic.
And
When
you
I
are
saw
gonna
it
see on
in-
camera,
Yeah,
it adds like a particular type of depth to it that you're just not going to get if those details aren't there, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I saw it in 3D, like I had seen the movie like tens of times, and I was seeing things that I'd never seen before when I saw it in 3D.
Right.
It was mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, if you watch making of, or even just audio commentaries and stuff of James Cameron, like, he points out little things that you would never notice, or he'd just tell you about stuff that's there that you're not going to see. But he's just like, meh. Guillermo del Toro does that too. If you ever watch his, he's like, yeah, that banister there's a carving of a demon, but no one ever will see it except me. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that's fun. Anyway, I don't have I feel like I could talk about the production for the entirety of the episode, so we should probably just push towards the
the only other thing I wanted to mention was James Horner doing the score. Did a great job with it. The first half of the movie is very like, feels like a romantic drama. Then once that change happens, it starts to become a like Jaws style horror movie score, which I just wanted to shout out. I don't know how familiar I am with James Horner, but as I click on his name, I'm going to probably find that. Yep. Okay. Okay.
We've talked about James Horner on this podcast
I know.
sometimes. He's amazing. He died too young. He died in a plane crash. But yeah, his work is amazing, including this score, because it's one of those things that it's lived in my brain forever, right? Like, I can hum a ton of the themes from this just out of my head.
I mean, all of us as children were subjected to having to play "My Heart Will
On the
Go
recorder?
On" recorders. Or honestly, nightmare.
Yeah,
I'll never.
Whenever I see a recorder now, I'm like, give me, and I can do it.
Shout out to Celine Dion, who of course, Canadian icon, and
Lots of Canadian icons here. Victor Garber, that guy,
the
guy.
greatest songs of all time for this movie. I forgot to mention in my brief history, I went to see Titanic, the comedy. Titanic, the comedy musical where they sort of remixed the story of this movie, but as though Celine Dion was there in a jukebox capacity. So all the scenes end with like a big musical number of one of Celine Dion's songs, and some songs that definitely have nothing to do. It's like kind of a Celine Dion thing more than it is a Titanic thing.
That.
It was so good. Noel, I'm surprised you didn't go see it 6 times like you did with 6.
I know.
But I just wanted to give that a shout out as well.
6 is really good.
Should we go into the body of the episode, y'all?
Let's get into it. We're there. It's
because I feel
everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
Sorry, my finger slipped. Didn't mean to cut you off.
I was gonna say, I think that we'll probably have like some production things to chat about as we go through the body of the episode.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's fine that we do that. Because like I said, like it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot, guys. So yeah, the movie Titanic from 1997, directed by James Cameron, starring a bunch of people.
Bunch of people, all-star cast.
Yeah, the movie opens with like a sepia tone image of like what looks to be like archival footage, but it's like obviously filmed for the movie. But
what?
It's like, I think so. I'm pretty sure
it does. I just
no,
put
it's
it on.
real.
Definitely for no.
Oh yeah, you
Real,
kept
you
trying
guys.
to make me realize it was real the whole time, and I was like,
okay, well then it's real. So it's footage of the Titanic leaving dock and heading to sea, and from there we see the wreckage of the Titanic, and then a nice cool submarine floating around taking images, and we find that this is a group of basically treasure hunters, which I kind of forgot about. This is the whole plot, basically, is like this group of people are looking specifically for this diamond that's super big and shaped like a heart, and it's called the Heart of the Ocean.
It's a similar conceit to Ghost Ship, is what I realized. If Ghost Ship had a whole thing where they cut back in time, which they kind of do, is Ghost Ship a ripoff of Titanic, but good in a horror movie?
Which came first?
Yeah,
it is real.
Titanic definitely came first.
I don't know why we ever don't listen to women. I'm so sorry. It is real.
The sepia tone stuff at the beginning is archival footage.
Wait, is it?
I still don't know. Noel, are you?
I have no opinion. If it's real, it's real. Jesus Christ.
No, I was like fully joking.
Yeah. Okay. When they go down to the ship at the beginning, that's real because James Cameron is a weirdo and loves, going down to the Titanic.
But a lot of that stuff is also set because like
the part isn't real.
A lot of the stuff is also like they filmed in a tank as well because they can't get like the cameras to film
be in water.
To the camera, they can go in water, but they can't put them inside the ship to get like images of a submarine coming through. But yeah, there's lots of real stuff mixed in with really intense sets.
Yeah, it's not real.
Is it? It's not real. Okay. Jeez Louise, you guys are taking me for a roller coaster ride.
I know.
There's the lady who has Instagram face in 97 in that reel that took me out. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah. So
we down to the ship is real.
Yeah. They're trying.
Cool.
Yes, it is very cool. And the submarine opens up a safe, which we see in the movie. It's showcased a couple times in the movie. It's a really cool sort of.
I hate the way he's touching the artifacts. I'm like, stop throwing it around like that.
Yeah, he's aggressively pulling out all these like passports and legal documentation and like
old
just
wet money.
Like, but he doesn't care about it, right? He's looking for the diamond. He wants the
I
diamond.
know. And the whole thing is that they're setting it up so that like it's a little abrasive, and they're only talking about the treasure so that the movie can actually like emotions.
Never let it in.
Make them exactly. But I do find it really abrasive. Like I really don't like that part, especially the guy talking about it. And then her ass is right up in the air. And I know it's intentional, but like this is the emotionally manipulative stuff that I do agree with. And I'm like, I don't know this part, but I get its point there.
How about 1997 Bill Paxton though? He's looking real handsome.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
His hairstyle is amazing in this movie. It's the most 90s hairstyle. He's got one earring.
Yeah,
it's like very Rob. He's like Rob Thomas.
Do you think he married the granddaughter?
They did have something going on there. That's for sure.
After like the credits roll, like they get together and get married.
No.
That's the theory.
I think they got together. I think
maybe they
had. I think they had a moment, but I don't think.
No.
Think they're having a long-term committed relationship.
Titanic
brought married to the sea
together, and then Titanic brings them together, and he learned how to feel love because of the story.
She saved him. The only way person can be saved.
He took one look at that naked drawing of the grandmother, and he's like,
And he said, "Awooga!"
Oh my gosh! If only Bill Paxton was still alive, we could have a sequel.
I know, Titanic 2.
Titanic.
Does he have a kid that we can throw into that sequel?
Honestly, just cast Rob Thomas. No one will know.
I do like Bill
They're gonna
Paxton's whole vibe, though. He basically looks like a modern day pirate. Like, they've got him in sort of like
Yes.
everything you'd expect somebody at sea to look like in the modern era. But he's completed with that pirate earring, and we love it. But yeah, they find and clean up a nude charcoal drawing of Rose when she's young, which we later see being drawn in the movie. But the thing that catches his eye is not the nudity, but the diamond. He's like, there it is, and it's dated the day the Titanic sunk, which means
1912.
1912, baby. So he basically does like an interview on television about, and people are like calling him a grave robber and stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, technically that's what he is. But then Rose is doing some pottery, and she catches the news.
She's living her life to the fullest.
Yeah, she lives in a beautiful little cottage. Yeah, with her granddaughter. I guess they live there together. And
sort of mountain villa where
But
they
then
just have this
she dies,
incredibly scenic.
and then Bill Paxton goes and lives in that house, and he gets to forever like live in the story and like the artifact of her mind, which
credits.
was her home.
I kept making a joke last night that was like,
God.
this. We're watching the alternate ending where the ship doesn't sink and they live happily ever after, and nobody believed me.
Yeah,
and then it didn't happen. They all died.
yeah.
These are dead, sir.
Oh, Johan Griffith. When
The
we get to
juicy
him, I have so
water.
much to say about Johan Griffith.
I love him. I mean, I said things last
Yep.
night.
You did.
Nick and I will talk about this at the end of the movie because we had theories about this stuff too.
You guys were yelling inappropriate things, and I was yelling, "It's Mr. Fantastic!"
Yeah.
From the Fantastic Four.
From the
See, for me,
Fantastic Four movies.
It's Horatio Hornblower.
I don't know what that even means. What's Horatio Hornblower?
We don't have time.
Okay.
Focus. We'll never get there at this rate.
So she sees a picture of her nude body on television. And,
Well, I'll be goddamned.
yeah. And then we kind of smash cut. Oh, we don't smash cut. We get a scene of Bill Paxton being told that,
Smashing.
she's like, I'm just wondering if you found the diamond in the rough yet or whatever.
And then we smash cut to the helicopter.
Yeah, of her landing. She's wheelchair
With the
bound.
dog.
She has a dog and a bowl of fish, which is
Goldfish.
fun. Yeah.
Because she lives her life to the fucking fullest and she's still got that rose sass, you know? I
Yeah,
love that Cass
like-
was saying that. It's like she's still got the sass.
She's like, I'm not going out there in the middle of the fucking ocean unless I can bring my pet fish with me. And she does.
Well, she knows she's gonna die. So
She
Do you think so? I guess
We'll
I
get
guess
there.
so.
she's like 100 years old, yeah.
Oh,
Or she's more than
There's-
100 years old.
there are theories. She's
She's
101
100,
years
turning
old.
101.
So maybe
Which
she's
will
an
be
old
101
liar.
next month.
Yeah. There's a lot of
You're a
speculation.
goddamn old liar.
There's a lot of
You're an
speculation
old goddamn liar.
amongst the treasure hunters that she may be, because she was an actress for a time. So he's like, she's probably just scamming you. She wants
There was no
attention for
Rose.
him.
Rose DeWitt Buchanan died on the Titanic when she was 17. I like how
That's right.
that. I really enjoy though that the exposition for the 3.5 hour long movie is the 15 seconds, like the very tight 15 seconds that he's just talking to him as he's running up. Like that's tight exposition for the longest movie on the planet.
Yep. James Cameron knows. He's like, we don't have time. We got to get to the past.
Wooga.
They really live in the moments in the past. They get through all this beginning part. Like I almost forgot it existed. And Caitlin asked me, he's like, do you know what the like setup and the like how this movie's paced? And I'm like, yeah, it's like they're listening to an old lady tell a story. But I forgot that this opening part is like 20 minutes long, and then it's like 3 hours on the boat.
Yeah, and like it doesn't really need to exist, but it's good. Like I like it. I like the fact that this is sort of an unreliable narrative where it's an elderly woman who's 101
That's a
years
good
old
point,
who
yeah.
clearly forgets things. And she's telling a story of the most important moments of her life aboard
She
the Titanic.
remembers it exactly though. Like there's
But nobody
Yeah.
remembers
Yeah.
anything exactly. They all think they do.
No. She doesn't remember everything
And then
else
I put my
exactly.
hand up on the window to indicate the orgasm.
And then we did
everybody's
it
like,
doggy style. Yeah. Yeah, she tells every detail, but that's the point, though, is the fact that it is set up to be an unreliable narrator being told by a
I
woman.
never thought about that.
I never thought about that either.
Because
But that's what's good about
I never
it.
thought about like how you can now like gloss over anything. We're like, that didn't really happen. It's like, well, Rose is telling the story, so
She remembers it like a James Cameron movie. That's just how it is.
She
That's
directs.
exactly it.
Her dreams are directed
Also,
like by James
it's like
Cameron.
a huge traumatic event in her life. I
Mhm.
think part of it is, you know what? I don't disagree with you. It's not that it's, but maybe the way that I saw it is an unreliable narrator, but it's more for the audience to be like, wait a second, but like she is telling the story, but it still gives you that ambiguity.
Yeah, and you can also, while watching it, choose to believe that this is exactly how it happened, or you can be like speculative. But that's also like the Titanic itself, right? Like everything is based off of eyewitness testimony, and as we all know, that like eyewitness testimony is almost never reliable. So it's like they're telling a story, and it's a beautiful story, but like you do always have that sort of safety net to be like, well, it's coming from a survivor of horrific trauma.
She depicts Billy Zane as a literal mustache twirling villain from her era.
Which is like, that's what I mean by when I was saying earlier, like a lot of the performances seem unrealistic. Like they don't seem like real people. They're almost cartoonish, but that's like, she's telling the story. So like that's how she remembers them being like, Picasso will never amount to anything, I tells you.
I also never
that?
considered that because it all seems fine to me. I'm like, yeah, there are people like that. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Billy Zane is like that. It's
totally.
just mostly because the acting is not perfect.
But it's good,
pretty
though.
Good. It's pretty
the thing
good.
is like
I think
it is cartoony though. Like it is kind of like
that's
a
what
little
I
over
mean.
the top, but I think that's because they're so dialed in, you know.
Right.
They know what movie they're in, and Titanic isn't like you said, it's not meant to be. It's meant to be fun. Like a person wouldn't like rock off the propeller like that if James Cameron didn't intend to have a bunch of fun with it. But yeah, I never would have thought of that because like I just took her story face value because I believe women.
Okay.
There's also we do see parts of the story. It's like
I historically don't believe anything any women ever say, especially if they're 101 years old.
Yeah,
we're not just seeing things from her perspective all the time. Like we're seeing things sometimes where she's not there. Like we're seeing a lot.
Which means that she is now recanting a story that somebody else told her to them. So it's like a third party information.
I
or just things that she knows.
No, I took it as that she's telling the story, but we're seeing more detail.
Oh, okay.
Like we're not seeing what she's saying
because there's all the stuff Jack was doing when he was by himself.
That's the thing. There's no chance her story's 3.5 hours long.
That they were sitting there.
I want to make some popcorn and coffee. This is
back to them, and they're like you know,
and
ugly
she
crying.
knew all this stuff. She like that she would know all the stuff that was happening, like with the crew and the captain, Mr. Ismay, and all that.
Yeah, we're seeing the story. She's telling a version of it.
She told James Cameron what happened, and he made it into a movie for us.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know that meme? And I'll shut up for the next 15 minutes after this. Do you know that meme that's going around where the lady? It's a meme, so who knows what the realness of it is, but one of the Titanic survivors was like, she broke into 2 pieces and people were like, you're crazy, bitch. Like it never broke into pieces. And then 1985, she was like, it broke into 2 fucking pieces, bitches. And believe women is like under the meme. Okay, 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, also during that James Cameron special that you were talking about, Noel, they like try to make it do it several times, and you know they only do it a handful of times, but they're able to successfully have it bob and fall in the way that they actually portrayed it in the movie. And like his whole goal there wasn't to prove that that's what happened, but just to know in his mind that there was a possibility that the way I did it in the movie actually happened. So he was just satisfied with the possibility it could have happened. But yeah, it's pretty crazy how they're able to do all this sort of forensic science to try and figure out everything paired with eyewitness testimony and stuff as well.
They were able to probably look at where the 2 pieces landed on the bottom of the ocean, and then like he probably ran like algorithms early in 1990s computer algorithms to like run what could have happened if it had broken in half to see how it would fall.
He did.
You know that he's a weirdo for
Okay, but like I said, there's tons and tons of documentation that you can watch of the making of this movie and exactly what he did beforehand. He made models, he did tests, he did like a ton of stuff, because he was trying to make at least the tragedy of it as accurate as possible, with obviously all of the flowery storytelling that we get throughout the movie and some horrifying embellishments that people sued him over that we've learned about on this very show. Yeah.
That we will discuss when we get there.
We will. Let's get back into the actual story, which is Rose telling the story. And she's this cute old lady who's having a hell of an emotional time while going through the most tragic moment of her entire life. But it starts with the Titanic in port. We get to see all these really beautiful shots, and even these people are all fucking cartoon characters. That one guy, like, "Hello, excuse me, sir, what do you like?" And you're just kind of like living in that for a moment, being like, these people are all so goofy, but it's so good. And then we pan up to away from the shore where Jack is playing a poker game, and what's on the table? Two tickets to America, to New York, aboard the Titanic, and he wins. And these guys are cartoon. One of them is Italian, one of them is German. Speaking 4 languages at that table.
I think that James Cameron doesn't know how to be subtle, so he's like, it's the 1910s.
Yeah.
So we need the noodles of the pot and they're boiling. Like, we need that kind.
Titanic go to America in 5 minutes.
But it's part of the charm, right? Like, everything is just so goofy. But this is also just sort of like a classic, like, oh, he's a rapscallion. He's a street guy. He's smart. He knows how to observe things and then immediately fit in. And he also knows how to win tickets to the Titanic. And he does. And he has to sprint, because it would be so boring if he just was already there, right? He's got to sprint. He's only got 5 minutes to get to the port.
I'm surprised he was never discovered as some sort of model, because of how beautiful Leonardo DiCaprio is.
Yeah, this is another thing, is there's no like photographic evidence of him existing, and it's like she probably just was so into him that he's 10,000 times more beautiful.
Picture the hottest guy you've ever seen.
Have you ever seen
him hotter?
Yeah, he's hotter than that.
You should have done it in Trump voice, because that's the kind of
no. We vetoed that voice from this show.
Yeah, we can't say that word on this show.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, 15 minutes is not up.
I don't want to get dinged for shocking content.
Anybody who's just joining us, we're not putting Noel in timeout. Timeout. Noel has found timeout and is living there on their own. Yeah, he sprints to the Titanic. He gets aboard. He lies. He didn't get deloused. Yeah, but we don't know. He could be.
And I love this silly look on Fabrizio's face where he's just like,
I'm American,
and he's like, we're both American, and he's like,
besides, we don't have lice. We're American. Like, what?
Yeah. They actually introduced bed bugs to America because of this.
Him and Fabrizio are covered in bed bugs. They get tickets to lower deck, which I think it's C deck, or is it D deck? I can't remember. But yeah, it's like third class, which is basically like tight quarters, lots of people sleeping in the cabins, but they've got common areas and lots of room to dance, to do the jig. And the way this movie is paced and edited is so well done, because we keep clipping it back, obviously, between first class and third class, and you get to see these really like heavy contrasts throughout the movie. And it's really noticeable at the end, like, but they kind of let you dip a toe in it as it walks you through the movie, where you're seeing it and you don't realize that they're doing a direct comparison between this and that with the same thing. And then at the end, when it's like they're being so nice to the first class passengers, being like, everybody get your life jackets on and we're going to make our way to the deck. And then it smash cuts to the lower decks. He's like, everybody get your fucking rooms. It goes more sinking. God damn it.
It's and they even do it like with the sound. Like, I love in that like when they go to the real party and it's really loud and boisterous, and then they cut to the smoking room. And it's just like, and
they're having a boring conversation about finance, smoking cigars.
Yes, quite, yes.
But even when it cuts from the grand foyers and stuff, and like it goes down to the engine room, or not the engine room, but like the third class cabins, you can hear the engines down there. Like, it's just like constant loud noise, and then it goes back and it's super serene and peaceful and beautiful and quiet on the upper decks. What happens next? We're introduced to Jack and Rose separately, and
so Jack is there. He goes into the area where he meets the people that were supposed to like the people that he had won the tickets from. He goes into the room and their friends are there, and they're like, "That is fun."
oh yeah, and it's like Sven.
That's so
So,
weird.
oh,
That's
no.
the exact moment that's on the screen right now. We are synced
That
up,
is
buddy.
And then it cuts to Rose's cabin where they're having some champagne. They're on. This is your private
Yes.
promenade deck, sir.
Right,
Do you
right.
require anything?
And Billy Zane
no,
is
but-
just constantly has a raised eyebrow and perfectly parted hair, and
His eyebrows are so good. They
Yeah.
are. That is like he's not a twirling mustache guy. He's like an eyebrow raiser.
twirling his
He's an
eyebrows.
eyebrow.
Hmm.
An
Yes.
eyebrow villain, and also he looks like his eyeliner is tattooed onto his eyes because of
Yes.
how
it's
dark
true.
his eyelashes are. It's insane. He's one of the most unique looking actors of all time. I think Steve, you were saying last night how he didn't really get the pop off he deserved because he looks like a classic. He looks like of this era. So
Yeah.
people were kind of sick of that in the 90s. They wanted people that looked like Bill Paxton, more like
Or
regular
Leonardo
man.
DiCaprio, like
Or
beautiful.
Leonardo DiCaprio, beautiful man.
Yeah.
But I think like Robert Redford is somebody in the 80s who kind of was the last of his kind to look like a classic actor in that sort of way. And I think Billy Zane is a return to form of that. But I don't think the world was ready for it because
They weren't ready.
nowadays all the man actors have kind of a weird face to them.
He's in Zoolander.
He is
He's in Zoolander.
as himself. But yeah, I think he was a model for a while. But yeah, I think I compared him to Jude Law, where like Jude Law was like almost like too handsome to be allowed to be in movies for a while, where he was always kind of this tertiary character actor. And then, once his hairline started to thin and go back a bit, and like he matured and, he got sort of like a little bit more weathered looking, it's like, oh, now you're like the perfect level of hot to star in things, and we're gonna put you everywhere. And
Aww.
yeah, he's kind of had like a great career since. But like, yeah, Billy Zane didn't I don't think he got a fair shake in Hollywood, because he seems like a pretty cool guy. He's funny, he's handsome,
kills
he's
it
hot.
in this movie.
He was in Titanic, the
He was.
most successful movie.
But you would think that Titanic would launch his career into like some unstoppable
But I think
trajectory.
He
But
was just so good. Like I don't want to see him in anything else. I just want him to live.
But he was
Calvin
third
Hoffley.
villain in this movie behind the ship exploding and
The
ocean.
iceberg.
So yeah, the iceberg, the ship exploding, and the
Mr.
water
Lovelace.
filling it. Yeah.
All the water.
But yeah, he still pops up
Jim
in things here
Cameron
and there.
himself.
Water. The water is the
Which-
villain.
Is he in The Mummy or is he in The Scorpion King?
He's in neither of those movies. I
He's
think you're
in
thinking
one
of
of the-
Brendan Fraser.
No, he's in one of the.
No.
I thought he was in one of the.
I
Or
think
movies.
maybe you're thinking of Emotep because of the bald.
The Billy
He's
Zane,
in
the
the
Mummy.
Mummy.
Yeah.
Who is he in the Mummy?
He's like in the past in the Mummy era. He's like
The whole
Mummy's-
movie's in the past.
No, hang on.
The more past.
Takes place-
Oh, he's
Who the-
not Emotep.
I just said this.
Oh no, he
Okay.
is.
No, he's not. He's not. Yeah, I am thinking of Emotep, and I thought at this moment he was in that movie. So my bad. And last night when I said it, you were like, "No," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I felt crazy.
Listen,
He's
I've
in
watched The
He's in
Mummy a
Scorpion
million.
King, right?
Guys, he's not in the Mummy franchise.
No,
I thought
Billy
he
Zane
was.
was not in the Mummy or the sequel. It's Arnold.
Why am I thinking of him?
Vosloo.
You guys are thinking
was
of
in-
bald
he was in
Billy Zane from
Titanic.
Zoolander.
Okay,
Yeah.
true. All right,
So
back to
Arnold
that.
Vosloo
Rose
himself
has
has
some
joked about the
art.
resemblance, noting people sometimes ask if he was the guy in Titanic.
You're the guy in Titanic.
No,
Um,
I'm the Egyptian
most-
man from the Mummy.
Look like the guy from Titanic.
Yeah, the most
Yes,
recent thing I can think
that's
of
the
Billy
problem.
Zane being in is like season 6 of Community, where he plays.
He's in Scorpion King.
Who is he in the Scorpion?
Battle for Redemption.
The what?
He's in Scorpion King 3 Battle for Redemption.
Scorpion King 3?
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, guys,
as King Talus.
that's a different movie franchise. This is I thought I'm thinking of The Mummy, The Mummy Returns, and The Mummy 3, but I
well,
don't
the
think
Scorpion
I've
King
seen.
movies are spin-offs, and he is in that movie, but he doesn't play Imhotep. He just plays.
No,
the
no, I
Brendan
didn't say
Fraser
he was
character.
Imhotep. Okay,
I haven't seen the
That's
Scorpion
real.
King movie, so I can't speak to those. But yeah, well,
The Rock
good for
becomes
him.
Scorpion.
He plays he's in the third one only.
Yeah, straight
Oh.
to DVD.
Yeah, that sounds like a real Redbox thing. So Billy
Rose
Zane,
has art.
really
Rose
great. Yeah,
has
I was
art.
about to say we were introduced
Zane-
to her as a person who loves artwork. She's recently procured a bunch of original pieces, some of which are Picasso. She compares them to looking into a dream, and he calls them shit, basically. He's basically the worst guy to ever exist. He takes no interest in his fiance's interests. He basically makes fun of her for liking things. And he's just drinking constantly. And he's violent.
He does end up being violent.
Yeah. He's just a big walking red flag. And
and he's so pompous and like just the way he treats everybody and the way that he feels about his position in life, that he's better than everybody. It's so palpable. Like he believes it so much that it's like delicious.
And it never goes away too.
How
It's
bad
just
it is.
constant
Yeah.
consistency is like insane, where even when everyone is dying around him, he's still being like, she's like, you know, there are not enough lifeboats on the for everybody, not by half. And then he's like, the better half.
Exactly.
Like even then
And
he's like, well, we're the ones that are going to survive because we're rich.
Yeah, and even to hear like the way that he eventually dies, that he kills himself when when he loses all his money, like he defines himself so much by his wealth.
Yeah, to them it's like a nightmare. Like I've been pretty much poor my entire life, so like I don't like the idea of having no money is nothing new to me. But like these people born into it, married into it, they've always had money. Rose's mom like looks like somebody's holding a gun to her head at the concept of not having money.
The trope of rich people on the verge of being destitute and clinging to it so hard exists in this movie, with the mom being like, your father got us into some real sticky situations and we're not rich anymore, but if you can just marry this rich man. But then even he is like, we kind of posited that this diamond is his whole wealth. It's based, like he's not really he's a little bit liquid. He's liquid enough, but this diamond is really what's holding his whole fortune together. That's what it seems like.
So he had some money.
I didn't get that vibe.
Me neither.
He's not going to inherit the rest of it until he gets married.
Yes.
That's the whole thing.
Okay.
The money for both of them is based on whether they get married or not. So I took Billy Zane's kind of attitude being similarly to someone who does not have that wealth yet. So he parades around like he has it and more, even though it's contingent on
specifics. Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because at the end, she's like, he did eventually get married and then inherited his fortune.
Oh, inherited his millions. Okay. I thought it was just like he inherited his millions like when his parents died.
I thought it was tied to
I thought the same
he was
thing.
Marrying her, and that's why, like, just at the beginning, when like, why are these two marrying each other? And like
that's what I think that the reason I felt
Cal
that as well.
actually likes her. Sorry.
I think he likes the idea of her. I don't think he likes her. He just wants to have a beautiful woman as a basically like an appendage or like an accessory.
Weird.
No, we're getting way too ahead. But later on, when he's like, damn it, I'll be goddamned, because he's not getting on the boat and he wants to go find Rose. He's
damn
like,
it all to hell,
I do kind of like her just a little bit. He's surprised.
Well, I think he does genuinely like her. Like in that scene where he shows her the heart of the ocean, and he's like, "Oh, open your heart to me, Rose." Like I feel that. Like I think he just doesn't know how to love a person.
Yeah, he's like a sociopath. Like,
he thinks that he's doing it right, and he probably really feels something for her.
I think he also.
I'm a good person. I'm a good partner, but
it's very performative. But he also, I think that he believes he deserves it. Like he feels entitled to it. Yeah. And the reason I thought the same as Noel is that like there is a desperation to it that seems like it's beyond him just wanting her. It's more like I need her, or else I won't be able to fulfill this arrangement.
And if you have to marry somebody in order to get your arrangement, you may as well marry someone who you think is cute and like a little.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, again, to me, it seems like it's an ownership thing and not like there are brief little flickers of like sadness that seem to hang on his face at times, where it's like, oh, he does have some sort of emotion in there.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought that he did. I thought that he did like
he's
covet her a
bummed.
bit.
He's bummed at the end that she doesn't love him. Like he's sad.
Mhm.
Then he keeps doing dastardly
Yeah,
things, and
He wants to control.
And then
Much later.
his reaction to that is to pull out a gun and start shooting at people, which is very, very good. Like this movie, like it almost gets to the very end without having full action moments, and then it's like, no, now they're running around and there's guns going off. Like this is wild. James Cameron couldn't hold back. So we do get sort of like a few little montagey moments of Rose and showing just how sort of like dead inside she is, and it's like, again, it's very kind of over the top, but it's so good because you can just see this vacancy on her face that is there constantly and consistently, and it just seems like this hollow person who's just like, I'm not a person anymore. I'm just floating through life as a ghost.
Did you
Saw her
guys
whole
talk
life
about
and she
the slavery thing?
Yes.
It was a slave ship.
Yeah.
Ooh,
It was
I
pretty
forgot.
cringy. Yeah. We all were like, oh, Rose, shouldn't be
Well,
saying
that's-
that.
Yeah,
I like, well, she is
yeah.
101, so
Yeah.
it's a different time.
At the time, it may have seemed like you're a slave going on a slave ship. However,
Yeah.
slaves on slave ships were like 50 years ago, and probably still
Famously
happening
not
at this-
like that.
yeah, yeah. Row on row.
Well, that's why it's like,
Oh, James
poor
Cameron.
little rich girl. Poor
Yeah.
little
I mean,
rich girl. What does she
it's-
know about misery?
it's not a great analogy to make, I think, at any point, but
No.
yeah.
And I know that James Cameron, when he was writing it, was like, oh, yeah, that's a
Now
good
this is-
one.
I was just
Ooh,
thinking the
yeah.
same thing. He's like at a period accurate
He
tape
thought he
like
ate.
desk. With like candles lit all around. He's writing out the screenplay with pen and paper like a psychopath. He's like, this is what I'll write. And then everybody at the theater, even in 97, were probably like, I don't know if that's the way you describe that.
My second cousin is a pilot for private jets. That's his job. And he, for a while, I'm not sure if he still is, but he was James Cameron's pilot for his private jet. And he's told me stories about James Cameron, and he seems to be like almost like kind of a boring normal man. And then he just like makes he's just like a nerd, like a camera nerd man. And I guess it's like evident by his career after Titanic. He just makes ocean documentaries until Avatar for like years and years and years.
Which is also kind of an ocean documentary.
It's basically like, he's
Or a
like, it'd be
sky
great
documentary,
if there are aliens down here in the
or a
in the
volcano
way of water.
documentary. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he does love water. Like he is very like, he made that there's an IMAX documentary about the Titanic that came out in like the early to mid 2000s. That basically is the sequel to Titanic. It's probably the highest grossing IMAX movie of all time. I'm gonna look into that right now.
I don't think I've seen that actually. But yeah, my point being is just that like James Cameron seems like very uninhibited in terms of like what he wants to do and can do, and probably doesn't have a lot of people being like, hey James, maybe don't
No, you
write
can't
the
talk
slave
to
ship
him
analogy.
unless you go awooga.
He
No,
can't
he's
hear
not to
you.
listen to. James, don't put that in the script. I
didn't
can't
say-
hear you.
yeah.
Awooga.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that like maybe he just can't hear you unless you say awooga. Like his brain doesn't register. You have to say it first, and then it clicks into listening mode.
Well, my ADHD mind exists on the awooga scale.
Yeah, I get it too. Once I'm in the focus mode, it's like it's very easy to startle me. I've been startled so many times.
I have information. It's called Ghosts of the Abyss. I don't think it was a IMAX movie. I misremembered that, but it was it's called Ghosts of the Abyss 2003. James Cameron and Bill Paxton travel to the Titanic.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
We should check that out. I don't think I've seen
You
that.
should check that out, yeah.
James Cameron directed the Abyss as well. Good
Would
movie.
watch.
That's true, yeah. It's his first water pervert movie.
Yes.
And his second water pervert movie was Terminator 2 when he made that man turn into liquid
Liquid metal. Yeah.
silver,
From
yeah.
the ocean.
But he had to get it just right, just so.
Still looks good too. Anyway,
It's a
this is the Terminator 2
Terminator 2.
podcast. Where are we at now in story wise? This is
Rose had lived she'd seen her whole life as if she'd already lived it. And
I have Rose going to jump.
yes. So like when we see her, it's like this slow sort of panning zoom on her, and it's like the vacancy is there, and she's like, "I fucking hated my life," and then it like again like it hard cuts to her sprinting across the deck, just bumping into people, and she's running to the stern of the ship, and she gets up and she's about to jump, and then Jack just so happens to be smoking a cigarette, looking at the stars right there, and he intervenes. He says, "Don't do it." And
I'm involved now.
I'm involved. I
you
have
jump,
to.
I jump.
This is one of the scenes in the movie that has stuck with me in my brain for the entirety of my life, including the description of what it feels like to jump into icy water. He tells a story about when he was ice fishing and fell through some thin ice, and it was the analogy he uses is like it's being stabbed by 1,000 knives all at once across your entire body, and it's. I remember hearing it for the first time, and I can viscerally imagine how painful that would be. And it's just something that like I don't realize how powerful it was because I've remembered it my entire life. Just like thinking about the Titanic every time it comes up in my head, like thinking about that analogy of being stabbed across your entire body 1,000 times.
I remember him calling. You go.
That scene, I just think of the mansplaining. Like I know what ice fishing is.
Yeah.
That's my favorite line in the whole movie. It's the one that I use constantly, other than
I know what ice fishing is.
I use
it all the time. I love it.
I never really considered that being a mansplaining moment. You're right, it is, but like I always thought it was more like this rich person has probably never even been near a frozen lake before, but it is him just being a fucking mansplaining piece of shit.
But then it goes to show that she's actually badass and cool.
Yeah,
and I always remembered.
Sorry, you go. This
okay. I was gonna say I just remember him saying like, "Oh, you just seem kind of like an indoor girl." Yeah. And in my mind, I was like, "Oh, I don't ever want people to think I'm an indoor girl. That would be such a bad thing to be." But then I was like,
"I love hiking."
Likes her. So
the three of us took such different things from that scene.
Yeah, I forgot about the indoor line because I was a pretty much an indoor kid, but not really though. I was also I worked at a summer camp for 5 years.
What I like about the scene is that she's overwhelmed. She wants to off herself, and she still gets indignant that someone thinks she doesn't know what ice fishing is. I'm like, yes, like always have time to be like, I know what ice fishing is.
I know what it is. Yeah, stop explaining. He goes to he convinces her not to jump. Because basically out of being like, I'll have to jump in and save you, and I really don't want to have to do that, so please don't jump. And
they're both toast if he does that also, because it's a far way down and nobody's looking at where they are right now.
Even if it was daytime and people were looking, they would be dead. Like, what are they going to do? Stop the ship? No. It takes like a day for it to come to a stop. But yeah, she slips and falls, and he catches her, and as she screams. She falls. She slips and falls.
Yes.
To the point that
it just sounded
dangled.
like.
Yeah. She slips and she's dangling, and he's trying to pull her up, and he's like, "I won't let you go, but I'm not strong enough to pull you up, so you need to climb up." But not before she lets out a scream, and a bunch of people hear it, and all these deckhands come up, and basically he's on top of her, and it doesn't look great. It looks like an assault is taking place. Mm-hmm. And
an important part about that though was when they have that moment of like I won't let go. Do you trust me? Like, because that's a reoccurring thing of like, I won't let go. You jump, I jump. Like, this is the whole origin story of their relationship that they keep coming back to a couple times.
Is that he's willing to basically put himself in harm's way to protect her.
Well, no, just those literal lines. Like,
yeah.
Do you trust me?
Mm-hmm.
I won't let go.
Which is what I bring that back to is like when I was talking about how it feels like a Disney movie. These are the moments that feel the most Disney-like to me. They really remind me of sort of that Renaissance era, Aladdin, and Aladdin specifically, I kept bringing Aladdin up because a lot of the dialogue between the two of them feels very much like Jasmine and Aladdin stuff.
Steve was like yelling out Aladdin so much.
Kept being like, Aladdin,
close your eyes.
And then I started speaking like Jafar.
I want to interject one quick thing because I just did another check on this Ghosts of the Abyss movie because I'm fascinated. It was released as a 3D IMAX documentary, so it's one of the first back in 2003.
I already forgot about this.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You don't want to be spreading misinformation about Ghosts of the Abyss.
I'm doing my best these days to not just say things on this show if I can't back them up. It's not great journalism, and Steve just hates it viscerally, so. Just trying.
I mean, I just don't believe anything you say. that's the byproduct of that. So
10 years of me just saying things.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not. Can't trust them. So they stop what looks to be like an assault, and they basically are going to arrest. Or they do arrest him. They put him in handcuffs, and she reveals quite quickly that he saved her, but they don't reveal the fact that she was about to kill herself. She's basically like, I was looking at that whole interaction where she's like, can't think of the word for rudder, and this guy's like, the propeller, the rudder. She's like, yeah,
propeller.
I don't know. I think I said it wrong.
Yeah, I don't think the Titanic had a rudder.
Yeah, the rudder is the thing that goes like that, right? Yeah, we need to turn. So the rotor is what it is, right? What the fuck is it called?
A propeller.
Is it just a propeller?
Propeller.
Okay, propeller. It does propel it.
Yeah, that's what
so
she says.
A propeller. You know all the lines. I was reading them the entire time.
It had to have had a rudder. That's the thing.
Yeah, but when you think of a rudder, you think of like the back of a
it probably had
boat.
Two giant ones.
Definitely have a rudder.
The Titanic had a rudder that weighed 101.25 tons.
Yeah, it should have a different name at that.
No wonder
point.
it's
a big rudder. Yeah.
The rudder was too small. That was one of the lines later in the movie where they were talking about how she couldn't turn because the rudder was too small for the size of the Titanic.
Right.
So definitely had a rudder.
It had one. It had a shitty one too, but it was heavy. We've learned all of that just in the last 5 minutes. Also, no, I was going to go back into like, did you know that it was actually more similar to a battleship than so they let him go, and he's going to pay him $20. He's like, well, 20 should do it. But
is that the going
like,
rate saving the woman you love?
There you go. That's the line. And he decides to invite Jack to dinner, and Jack eagerly accepts. Already smitten, I think it is one of those love at first sight moments where he feels connected to her, probably because of the fact that she's so sad, which is a conversation that they do go into a little bit later. And it's, she's like, you're probably thinking, oh, this poor rich girl, that's, she doesn't know what real problems are. And it's like, no, I was thinking more about how what would drive someone to do that, and how sad are you and why? Like what
I was thinking $20 at this time was a lot of money, and I just looked it up. It's $700.
It's in my notes. I looked it up.
$700?
$700 today dollars.
Good God.
Going out to eat in this era costs like $4. A hotel room in the 40s.
He's throwing out
$3 a night.
Time.
Meal was probably like a whole Thanksgiving meal was anyway, not like a dinner. Anyway.
I wonder how much was it? Do you know how much a ticket for first class was on the Titanic?
We can definitely effort it while you talk about how awesome Jack was, that he was thinking about something that I wouldn't think about because I'm an asshole and he's not. Like, I wouldn't be like, yo, what's driven you to try and jump off the ship? I'd be like, yo, bitch, why? Yeah.
Yeah, because then they have that conversation then on the deck. But before that happens is the whole Cal going to Rose's room and giving her the heart of the ocean.
I've got all the ticket prices here if you guys want them.
512 euros, which was like.
Hey, Jason! Fuck you.
How many minutes into the movie are we now?
We are 45 minutes into the movie.
So a third class ticket was £3 to £8 or $15 to $40 in today's money. Second class was $12 to $15, which is $75 as today's money. First class was $120 or $600 in today's money. And first class parlor suite, which is I assume what they probably had, right? Didn't they have they had like the fanciest?
Yeah, they were the top of the top for sure.
Parlor suite 52, 54, 56.
Right. Oh, they had that many? So they holy shit. So one cabin of that magnitude would have been 870 pounds back then, which is over $100,000 today, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So they spent like hundreds of thousands of dollars, these rich people. That's crazy. Imagine
Those
how much is a
second
cruise?
class tickets are like cruises. I'm gonna effort cruises.
I've never been on a cruise, but I also one of the reasons that I never will go on a cruise is because
that
of Titanic.
diamond in
Of
1912 terms.
Yeah, that too.
Let's not talk about that. I don't want to date this episode so badly.
I was thinking about that before I came on. I was like, shit.
I was thinking about it all night last night. Yeah. But that priceless diamond in 1912, like astronomical, like they said that it even in that era it was worth more than the
Hope diamond.
The Hope diamond, or no, that's what they say in the future in the 90s, that is worth
today.
It
would be worth than the Hope diamond.
Yeah, which is wild. This is like generational wealth is what this diamond is worth in 1912. So this is like billions of dollars.
Yeah. Which is why everybody wants it. Yeah. So
they do make that great joke that I think was Maury Povich who found Capone's safe in the early 90s or Geraldo Rivera, and it kind of tanked his career because it was supposed to have all this like information about like where Jimmy Hoffa was buried or whatever. And
I didn't understand the joke. I was like, I don't understand the Geraldo joke. Yeah.
Geraldo Rivera had a like one of those like daytime talk shows, and he had Capone's I don't know if it was Capone's, one of those famous gangsters,
a criminal safe.
Yeah. And it was supposed to hold all these secrets, including where Jimmy Hoffa was buried, and when he opened it there was just nothing inside, and that's why they made that reference. Even though that funny painting of Rose was probably worth a lot of money if it was like a real artifact.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like, wouldn't everything in that safe have some sort of inherent value? Like, which is why they're taking care of most of it, except for when they first open it and it's like time to gunk this stuff. Gunk pages. Slop. Yeah. Then I was saying last night that Kathy Bates I have like a short list of actors in my sort of like mind prison where that's just what I call my mind prison, where if they're in a movie, it automatically elevates the movie. Like just their presence in the movie makes the movie probably like 30% better. And I will say like Titanic is a great movie, but Molly Brown as a character is my favorite character in the entirety of the movie. Yeah. She's so good.
Unsinkable Molly Brown.
Yeah. And I was thinking more about what you said, Jason, where it's like, I wonder if they based the character from The Office off of this. And I'm like, I think this is just like who Kathy Bates is, like she's just like this, like
I'm knee high to a grasshopper.
Yeah, and just like this smoking pistol, But yeah, we get a scene of her. Basically, it's her son's suit, right? She's like, I got some.
Oh my god, we've missed so much though.
Okay, go ahead. You fill it in.
What I was gonna say, there's Cal giving Rose the diamond, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
that's literally where I am in the movie again. What are you doing?
Amazing. And he's like, that's kind of like a heartfelt moment, I think, where he says like, oh, open your heart to me, Rose. There's nothing I wouldn't give you if you wouldn't deny me. And he's really trying to be like, I think being like, I'm here for you in my shitty person way.
I took that as him wanting to have sex with her. That's what I thought he was doing. It was like, I want to bone, please.
Like if you wouldn't deny me, and
that's what I thought that he was referring to, because he seems like a skeezy jerk. Like he's probably just like, listen, man, I buy you the most expensive diamond on planet Earth. Can we do it already?
Yeah, interesting.
Some people are like that.
Yep.
Yeah, they're like, I bought you dinner, suck my dick.
Yeah.
Oops,
I always liked how he put the necklace on her, and she kind of like does this thing like it's choking her.
Like it's a collar, like a leash or
Yeah.
something. Like, yeah.
And then it
Um,
fades
collar, yeah, that's a good
into her conversation with Jack. So she meets Jack on the boat deck and they're walking around. She thanks him for pulling her back and for his discretion in
Yes.
not telling what she was actually doing. And then that's when she has the like, poor little rich girl, like, all of Philadelphia society will be there. And the whole time I feel I'm screaming at the top of my lungs and no one even looks up. And then he sees the ring. Good gracious, you would have gone straight to the bottom.
Right. Yeah. You're right. I did skip
Um,
so much. We also have
so-
that the dinner.
The whole
or not-
spitting.
The spitting is great. I was like,
That's the
I
plan
think when
to
we,
pay off.
as soon as the spitting scene was coming, I was like, oh, here comes the spit scene. I was like, Jason, you're gonna love this part.
And then you retched for like 15
yeah.
minutes.
I almost threw up. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
When
When he
Jack does
swallowed
his
it.
big swallow. Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
You're
I'm
like,
never
"Whoa."
going to, because I spit like that. You curl the tongue and you
Well,
like a
Jason,
I
you're
don't like spit.
like a
you're probably-
Dilophosaurus.
Jason. I think
I'm
you're
eating.
I think you're more aware of this than a lot of people in my life because I yell at you sometimes about it. But like, you know, when someone's got like a frog in their throat and it's like a phlegmy like talking, like
Yeah.
I get violently upset. For I'm like, can you clear your fucking throat? So if someone's sick around me, I'm just like, it grosses me out to a degree that's unreasonable. And I understand in my head that like you're being unreasonable. Why are you so upset about this? But it's just because it's so gross to me. But yeah, when he
But
swallowed
I
the spit,
spit
oof.
today, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna
Stop
think about
talking about it. I actually
forever.
just felt my throat tighten a little bit when you
Okay,
talked about
sorry.
it. Yeah. It's fucking
this. Your mouth
disgusting.
is getting
Glazed
real
over.
moist.
Regular spit is fine. It's the phlegmy
Oh,
spit
My
that I
internet
don't
is so
like. That is comedy.
That was the best thing I've ever heard.
You, Caitlin, you said my internet is so shit, but it froze before you finished the word shit. So you're just like, like frozen.
My internet is so shitty.
But,
Legit question.
yeah.
I didn't notice and I didn't go back to check because I was like, I'll just ask them on the pod.
Mhm.
Is she American?
She does have
Yes,
a weird
because she
accent, right?
says-
Yeah.
She says, taking me back to America in
That's-
chains.
So that's what I heard, but I was just like,
All
it's
of
just 'cause her
Philadelphia
accent's
society
weird.
will
Yeah.
will be
so
there.
Right.
she is
She's
American.
fancy.
Okay.
She's fancy.
She's probably
I
been living
also
there for a
thought
couple
maybe,
years.
yeah, living in Europe for a while and is
'Cause I know, like,
17.
It's a weird thing, right? Like some people it affects and others it doesn't. But like,
Well,
yeah, I have
'cause
a
she's
few-
younger. so
she's
going
younger,
to
but
pick it up.
I mean, like sometimes it happens to like I've stayed in Ireland for a month and I started like picking up weird cadence in my voice and I'm like, what is going on with me? And it's because like just who I am as a person. I often like mirror people's
I
personalities
can't
and
say
stuff.
ours properly because I'm from Nova Scotia.
Yeah. I also have a difficult time when somebody like Jason, when you say when your Nova Scotia accent comes out, like I sometimes mimic it to your face. Yeah. I need to go park my car in the car park.
Yeah.
So
I have a problem too. Like whenever I go visit my brother in the UK, I'm always like, take me on the
Hello.
accent
Yeah.
immediately.
Hello.
Here we go, mate.
yeah, even just like the
Yeah.
rhythm of talking too, right? Like it's different.
Hello,
like, the way-
I'm so glad to be here in London.
Yeah. So like one of my friends is living there now and she comes back and she hasn't developed an accent, but she has the rhythm of how she says things has changed slightly where she just
When
has
I
a
go-
different inflection and stuff. It's like,
When
oh.
I go to countries where they speak the other languages that I speak, like I get significantly better at the other languages that I speak. Just to brag that I can speak 3 languages. That's really
Wow.
nice.
That's
Oh,
good.
okay.
I
Figured.
can't speak nothing. I can do accents.
To the point where I'm like, is this going to be a humble brag?
It always is a humble brag with Noel. My wife's aunt moved to Australia like 30 or 40 years ago, and she's got one of the most insane accents I've ever heard. It's like she's got like Ontario Canadian, but then like a lot of Australian mixed in just because she's lived there for so long. And then
Right.
her husband is like he's like girl, Australian, and it's interesting that I was gonna say bogan, but I don't think I'm allowed to say bogan. But
you just said it twice.
it's deep Australian, and then I'm like, oh, because you lived in a house with somebody that has the thickest Tasmanian accent I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, my mom is Scottish, right? Like she's from Scotland.
Yeah.
And her accent is almost gone, but it's still there a little bit. But when she gets drunk, or when she's around other Scottish people, or when she's yelling at you, which she's Scottish, so she will yell at you all the time. She just transforms into a fucking groundskeeper Willie.
I'm so hungry. There's food right there, and I don't want to keep eating on screen.
You can eat. Just mute the mic so you're not chewing, but you can eat.
I've got pals.
Oh,
I've got pals from Newfoundland, and you think my R's are hard when I've had a couple drinks. My friend Stu has been on the show before, and he just reverts to full Newfoundlandese when he has one beer.
Yeah,
it's
pretty normal. But I think let's get back on track. That was our accent segment.
This is where we find out that Jack is a rather fine artist.
Yes, and
he's
we already know that
she show Rose. Yeah, we already know that Rose likes it, and this is really where she's starting to see some like depth in Jack. They're seeing some depth in each other, and they're flirting. They're having like a flirty banter. This is my part of the ship. You leave.
How are you doing this? I
really
paused it for 2 seconds, and
he's also watching it.
You were there last night.
I really like.
I could have turned the movie off, and Caitlin could just get gone.
Yeah.
When she grabs the portfolio and is initially going to be like, "What are you, like an artist?" and like makes fun of it.
I always hated that part.
Oh no, I love it. Then she's like, "Actually, these are quite good." And
Wait
then
a minute,
she
let me look
sits
at
down,
this.
and I was like,
This awoken, because I have always been sort of an artist in my life, humble brag. But this scene in this movie always made me be like, oh, maybe people will think that I'm cool and like talent will be an attractive feature. And then I was talking about this last night where I'm like, I imagine someone took my sketchbook in the same scenario and then they open it and it's just a bunch of people with mushroom heads that look like penises. Like, I don't really draw like, fine art. My art is just like.
Well, one of the best drawings you showed us was a fully naked man, and I was like, he's fully erect, and you're like, no, but wow, he has a giant flaccid dingalong, and you're like, yeah.
It's modeled after my own.
I did.
Yeah.
And it is.
Like a hammer.
I don't want to talk about my penis on the podcast, so let's move on. But yeah, it was this
shocking
romantic
content.
It was like a romanticized idea in my head of like being an artist and like being respected as an artist, which is a thing that a lot of people they mean well when they say things to you as an artist, but like it always comes off as condescending. So when people say things like, I can't even draw a stick figure, and it's like, well, I've been working my whole life practicing this thing that I do. Like, it's not like I just am able to wave my hand and a drawing appears. Like I spend hours and hours drawing stuff, right? But she doesn't say anything sort of like tepid or rude or like trying to be complimentary. It's all genuinely complimentary, and she's commenting on the content of the imagery rather than just flipping through them and not thinking or she's respectful of it, and I'm like, this is really nice, and this is what I wish people would do when they look at my drawings. Like,
the now I'm thinking about what I said when you did show us your thing, and I'm like, did I say something shitty?
I don't think you did. Also, it's gotten to a point now, it's happened so much in my life that it kind of like my brain doesn't latch on to those comments anymore. I'm just like, I don't think about it. Yeah.
That's good. But then
I have no talent, so
you speak 3 languages.
Yeah.
So, but she
also
says
your history of doing mixed martial arts and stuff is great. You're a talented individual.
She says to
everybody
him,
on this podcast,
shut up, Noel. Don't stop.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Caitlin, go ahead.
She says to him, you see people, like you have a gift, and it's not necessarily your artistry, but it's that you see the humanity in people. And she's like, oh, and he's like, I see you.
It's very romantic. This is like, I think there's lots of romantic scenes in this movie, but this is the one that like had my heart swelling the most. Cause it's like, they're saying things that are meaningful. They're saying things that are kind of corny, but they're saying things and it feels genuine. I've said multiple times, like a lot of the characters don't feel like real characters. They feel like caricatures. That's still true here, but it's like to the benefit of the scene, and it very much feels like a high school
kind of romance. Like it does have
and I mean, they are teenagers, like they would be in high school. But there's something about it being in this era that makes everything feel much more mature and adult.
How old is he?
I don't know, but she's 17. I know
know.
that, but like,
Jason,
like
what?
19.
19 was what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Well, that's why, like in the car, I was like, "Are they both like virgins doing this for the first time?"
I mean,
but we can talk about that when we're there.
I don't think so.
He seems like he was
Jason-
slanging all over France.
I don't think so at all. He's like trembly. He's like freaked out.
That's it. Yeah.
My point there was
what happens after he says you wouldn't have jumped, because that's where it cuts. But I don't remember what the scene is.
Well, they were spitting in each other's mouths, and now he's got a tuxedo on. So
this is where Molly Brown
Oh,
takes his
so
suit.
so does it just cut from you wouldn't have jumped? No, there's like a little
No, they're
intermission
spitting,
scene.
and then the women.
There's a scene where like the aristocrat women are talking to each
Yeah.
other. That just
Oh,
happened.
that's the Molly
Learning
Brown
about Molly Brown.
where
She comes
where
over, they're having tea.
yes,
That's how they
yeah,
run into them.
the vulgar
and-
brown woman.
Yeah, and within that same sequence, we get the reveal that the guy he wants the ship to go faster. He's trying to convince the captain to make the ship go faster than it's supposed to. He's like, imagine we get there in 2 weeks early. Wouldn't that be a smashing thing?
Retire with a
Paid for-
bang, AEJ.
If I paid for a 3-day cruise to New York and it got there in 2 days, I'd be so fucking cheesed. That's all I was thinking about during that thing, was just like, no, I paid good money to be on this boat for the amount of days that you said.
I'm
I
trying
was
to get
gonna be
Noel off
here.
the Titanic, and Noel's like, I'm staying. I paid for 3 days on this.
Yeah, I paid 40,000 American dollars in the future. I want one more full day, even if it's at port. I'm living on this ship. There's no center of
Exactly.
the deck pool with a crazy water slide. However, there is a captain's chamber.
Rare
that I
The
can-
whole top
Lamb.
of the ship was a crazy water slide.
Well, we were also talking about last night how one of the steams, what are those things called? The spouts?
The stacks. Yeah, the steam stacks.
smokestack,
One of them
is
is
faux,
not.
right? It was just
Yeah,
for
it
show.
is. Faux for show.
Faux for show. And I was like speculating, like, do you think there was like a playground in there, or like a bunch of slides, like for kids?
That's got Mario in it.
Yeah.
It's a full
It
ball
was one of
pit.
the warp pipes.
We
Yeah.
Somebody
It's a
did
place.
climb up it once. I do remember something about that in the podcast I was listening to. Someone climbed up it because it was like so hot. It was so hot in the boiler room that people would like take turns climbing up to get fresh air or something.
Oh, weird.
Or something like
Sure.
that.
Wants
But
headlines.
Titanic
Mr.
headlines?
Ismay wants headlines. No, the
Oh,
make it
yes.
go
Yeah, yeah.
faster. Even though you would be basically defrauding people of the money that they
Yes.
paid you for that extra day. But whatever, Mr. Ismay.
Well, back in the day, it was all about getting there quickly. Like this is the fastest way to get there, and it was still a long ass time. So if it could be shorter, then they could start advertising that to be like, get there shorter, get there in the fastest amount of time. But that is an important thing because they do call back to that later of like, make the morning papers.
Mm-hmm.
This is an era where cars went like 25 miles an hour at max speed and people walked in the roads. So people weren't trying to get anywhere fast until they were crossing oceans. You can't drive a car across an ocean. So,
Tell that to James Bond.
yeah.
So we do.
They're spitting. They're talking
spitting.
about. They're talking about like riding the horse, which is another important thing that comes back. Like one leg on each side. We'll ride the roller
Which is like-
coaster till we throw up.
My
And,
hymen.
it's just like all the things that she's actually never going to be able to do because she's going to have to marry this guy and be in like high Philadelphia society.
Mhm.
But it's nice to dream. And then he teaches her to spit like a man.
Spit like a man.
We kind of
She
went through all that though.
Oh, okay. Sorry. They're spitting.
And then
Molly
they get
Brown
caught
comes up.
spitting, and it's very funny, but it's also immediately I revealed something about myself to you guys that I don't think a lot of people know, which is that when somebody swallows a big gob of spit, it makes me almost vomit in front of all my friends.
That's good.
You would hate it. You would hate it if somebody cleared their throat and then swallowed, and then so you have to say, "What are you going to do with that?" But they're already swallowing. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember this is probably an inappropriate story, but I'm going to tell it anyway. You guys are familiar with the internet phenomenon of a video of a cup and stuff. You know what I'm
Yes.
talking about? Okay. Somebody put
Were
that
there two
on.
girls involved.
I didn't want to say the full name of it,
I
but
didn't say the full name of it. That's the question.
Somebody.
Noel's eating. Noel is eating, and
I'm
we're on
not
time crunch.
I'm not going to talk about anything else. I threw up when he put it on, and then he got mad at me and tried to kick me out of the party, even though I was like, "Why you put this on? Like you did this?
You were in the right there. That's ridiculous."
Also, it was in the sink. It wasn't like I did it all over the floor. But yeah, it did make me throw up. I throw up pretty easily, guys. So I don't go on roller
one
coasters.
cup makes Steve throw up.
Yep, exactly. Which is why I don't go on roller coasters anymore, because that makes me hurl. Anyway, they get cut.
Where I'm at in the movie, I thought we were moving on from that scene. They're at the aristocrat party now, where Jack is fully integrated.
Excellent scene. Like this is
Dinner
party scenes. When I was a kid, I was probably bored during this sequence, but now as an adult, I'm like, this is one of the more interesting moments in the entire.
It's also
he's
so
being
nice
cool
to
as
see
hell.
his makeover. Like he gets his little makeover moment, his miscongeniality, and now I'm hot in my tux.
Also, one of the best moments with
Potter.
Molly Brown. She's so funny. Like she's so
Just like,
happy. She's like, fuck these rich fuckers. Like she kind of hates them. You know?
That's my favorite, that she's helping him, and it is altruistic because she wants to help him. He's a nice boy, but also just to take the piss out of all these fucking sassy losers. And what she says, just talk like you own a gold mine or whatever.
Yeah, and you all know when you're part of the club.
Billy Zane doesn't recognize him. He's like, oh, I almost took you for an aristocrat.
A gentleman. You can almost pass as a gentleman. Almost.
Yeah.
But that dinner scene, it doesn't drag on. It gets you in and gets you right out. And I really like
he's really economic with all of this kind of stuff, because
It's
I think he's aware.
I don't like Jack's. It's just so I'm watching Leonardo DiCaprio 1997 make a speech, and it takes me out of it so much. It just doesn't
interesting.
Period at all. And I understand the point of it, and I like the rest of the scene. I'm just like, he's so 1997.
Interesting. I always like that part. But I think an interesting part
everything around it
to notice. Yeah. But when they're even walking up to the table, it's a real who's who of the Titanic, because Rose is kind of acting as our guide and being like, oh, there's John Jacob Astor, the richest man on the ship. And there's blah, blah, blah. And she's describing these real people that were on the ship that we're going to see their demise. We're going to see what happens to them later. And this is our introduction to them of who they are, which is an important part. But I always thought, and I'd said this yesterday, when they do the making it count and they do the whole cheers, I thought that was a thing that people did at dinner parties, that they would choose a saying that someone would say, and then that would be the thing that you cheers to. And I guess people do that, but I thought it was something that happened at every dinner party, and it was a big honor. And I was like, oh my God, they chose Jack.
I didn't think about it. When you said that last night, I thought it was cute and funny, and I was laughing. But then I started thinking, I think I've done this. I'm like, maybe this did affect my brain in a way as well, because there are times where I'm at a dinner party and I'll try to say something profound to start a cheers. Yeah, somebody will pass away or whatever, and I'll say something like, "May the mysteries of the universe be revealed to him," or something stupid, and then try and get everybody.
That's strange. Strange way to get into it. Well, someone died.
Yeah, now he gets to the mysteries of the universe will be revealed to him.
Yeah, and then everyone's like, yes, let's repeat that. You just say to the guy, to the dude who died.
I don't go to enough dinner parties. That's what I'm
learning. You made it too hard to repeat.
I guess. But I like to make it hard to repeat, to try and get everybody to tongue twist. It's funny. It's funny to me.
Piper picked a pack. Do you know it's not a tongue twister, this scene? Before we move on, one of my favorite parts, and I think it's a lot of people's favorite parts, is the Chippewa Falls Dawsons.
Right, yeah.
Chippewa Falls Dawsons, actually.
I like that Molly is being his coach as well. It's kind of a cliche thing, but it's also still good, where she's coaching him through what he has to do, and
start on how to eat, work your way in.
Yeah, and this sort of
no caviar for me, thanks.
Yeah, how do you take your caviar, sir? I honestly don't know how to answer that either. What? I didn't realize there were different kinds.
But the funny thing was that they just plopped the caviar on his plate, so he already has the caviar.
Yeah, maybe it's
I thought that was someone else's plate.
Oh, I thought that was his. Oh.
And then they were reaching his plate, and they hadn't plopped it yet.
Yeah. Maybe it's.
I didn't appreciate the presentation.
Yeah, goopy. Maybe it's when he. How do you take your caviar? Maybe it's what you put it on, like a cracker or something. You say like
Yeah, you can have it with a lemon. Just
Lemon.
just based on what I saw. Rose's mom was having it on a little piece of
Cracker.
toast,
yeah.
and then there was like some lemon slices on the plate and stuff. So
Don't know
you can
how I
also
would
just
answer that.
raw dog. You can just raw dog that caviar.
I take it raw dog, please. Hot dog. Yes.
Fill her up, fill her up, please.
More caviar. I don't hate caviar, but it's one of those things that like it's just weird, right? Like
It's not really worth it. It's so expensive. for
yeah,
what
and
it is.
it's just salty pockets of liquid. That's basically what it is.
Fish eggs.
Fish eggs, yeah. So the scene is good. It reveals a lot about him, but I think I agree with Noel in the sense that like it is corny as fuck. Like his speech is like, oy, oy vey.
But there is that moment where he says, like, I have everything I need. I've got air in my lungs, a few blank sheets of paper, and then they cut to Rose being like, oh, like
Mhm.
that's like a moment for her where she's like, oh my God. Blank sheets of paper.
You're going to talk about being poor, aren't you? But everything he's saying does sound like a transient. Sometimes I just sleep under the stars. It's like this guy's a hobo.
I know, but I think he like believes it. Like I just believe him, you know? Like
Yeah.
the other day I was
Yeah.
sleeping under a bridge
No,
and here I am
I-
having champagne with you fine people. Like, yeah.
See, that
C'est la
part, like,
vie.
when he wraps it up, it's fine, and I'm like, come on, get to the point, No, I do like.
It does feel like a soapbox speech though, and the way he's like chewing the bread while talking, I'm like, put it
Yeah.
down, Jack.
Can you do that
Find kind of
that
Rose's
moment?
existence appealing, do you?
Can you do that moment where she talks about the paper again? Can you just say that again?
Oh,
I
boy.
got air in my lungs, a few blank sheets of paper. Excellent.
Also, the stare.
my head randomly, by the way, the boner alert. I'll just be walking around and I'll hear that.
In your
So
head,
thank you for bringing that into my life.
Mm-hmm. Rose's mom is just daggers.
You love it so much. You're such
Very
a
funny.
little boy.
We haven't used that in a long time, and I just when you guys were talking,
I
because
missed
there's
it.
many moments where she looks over at Jack because he says
Yeah, she's-
something and she falls more in love with him,
Yeah.
and it occurred to me that she's like, oh fuck, I didn't know I could have these sensations.
Just remembering when she comes out on the I've never really found it funny before until yesterday, but when she comes out on the bow of the boat and she's like, I changed my mind. They said that you might be, and he's like, shh. I know we're not there yet, but I just remembered it.
Well, the
Yeah.
next scene is basically just the polar opposite of the dinner party. It's the
Meet me at the clock. So you want to go to
The-
a real party?
the raucous
I do.
below decks partying of all
So
of
I was
the
joking last
filthy
night
third class passengers.
that Nova Scotia is like this, but I wasn't really joking. And I don't know if it's like this anymore because it's so it's modernized now, but it's very raucous at certain bars in Halifax, specifically the lower deck would turn into, if there was the right band playing, any band that was playing Barrett's Privateers was probably also playing other folk songs, and it
love
would turn
Barrett's
into these
Privateers.
very raucous dance parties that were people trying to do their best line dance or their best sword dance or their best kick dance. What's
Their
the
best Jack and Rose spin.
yeah,
A jig.
A
Best
jig.
jig.
a jig. And then Cass was like, I'm gonna try to stand on the top of my toes, and then she did.
On point.
Oh yeah, I forgot Cass did that. And we were all like, don't like I was like smash
I
cut
thought-
to ambulance arriving.
I thought she was gonna get up and try to do the spin,
I didn't know what
hold
she
the
was gonna
camera
do.
and spin.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a moment where I think Rose does the toe stand or something, and that's
On
what she was
point.
trying to.
Yeah, Cass was just
Yeah.
emulating the movie at the time.
You think you're
Uh,
big tough men? Let me
It was
see
a party,
you.
guys. The apartment was a
There
party.
was
last
too
night.
much. There was too much beer being spilled in that scene, though. I was like, no self-respecting crowd of good Irish people would spill that much beer.
It's true, and I like when he walks over and just takes two like pints of amber ale or Guinness or whatever. I thought that was funny. She takes a drag of a cigarette. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Maybe it was weed.
You're big tough men.
The
was
same
all
week that I went to the Titanic Museum, I also went to Guinness brewery. That was cool.
Oh my goodness.
What a good
Oh
time.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my
it was.
goodness.
Oh my goodness. It was.
And then they did the famous Jack and Rose spin.
They
It's
did.
iconic.
Yeah. Also been like
Noel,
emulated a
spin
million
with your
times.
dog. Do the Jack and Rose spin with your dog.
Wee. That dog is so cute. When I first met him, he would just like stand up on his back paws and do this to me, which I liked a lot.
Lovejoy
party's good.
Finds her.
Right? Yeah, he's
Yes.
the evil henchman, and he's so good at it. He's
Yeah.
the most evil villain in this whole movie, but it's because he takes joy in it.
Yes, this
Oh yeah, I
party
just saw the
is
tippy
really
toe bit.
yeah, and
She
this
stands on
party
literally
is
her
like
two big toes.
On point.
it's crazy. It's crazy. But you really learn in this party that like Rose is very cool. Like she's a badass. She's like down to party.
I think you guys might have been
she's-
talking over this for me because I just noticed that Baxter Stockman is peering into the party. I didn't
Yeah.
pick up on that last night. Yeah.
Lovejoy.
He's following her.
Oh, that's
That's
his name.
why.
You can tell the ones that Cameron made up and the ones that are based on real people, based on how like Rose, DeWitt, Buchater, Lovejoy, like it's just they're yeah. He had fun with the names. Rory, why? I'll be right
Oh my
back.
god, she's so
guys-
sweaty after dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's
Yeah.
like so real. It's so good. But then the
Yeah.
next day is when Cal flips the table.
Right, the next morning
Yeah.
she's a
You will
hush
honor
chair.
me the way a wife is required to honor a husband, because I will not be made a fool, Rose.
But then you said some
oh,
pervy
man.
and your husband did that to you, and you were like, "Uh-oh, I hope this doesn't awaken something in me." You're dark.
But we also get the sequence where the mom comes in and tightens her girdle or whatever. I don't know, what is that thing? Is it a girdle? And
A
she's
corset.
a corset, yeah. And she's aggressively the sound design is really good in this
Yeah.
scene.
And we get the story as why there's so much pressure on Rose to marry Cal and why she feels so trapped.
Hmm.
Because her dad is gone and he had left a legacy of bad debts hidden by a good name. That name is the only
Mhm.
card we have to play.
I wonder if rich people talk like this.
Definitely,
is-
probably worse, probably even more shocking.
Was the good name DeWitt or Buchater?
I think it's DeWitt Buchater.
Oh my god, sounds like the Terminator.
Oh my god, you just blew my mind.
The
You can't yawn yet, Caitlin.
I've
we're
already- I've-
1/3 through the movie.
I was yawning like half an hour in, and I was like, "Oh no!" I was like doing the fake like the.
and then so we're given the tale. We realize like, oh, this is like a financial situation. It's a transaction. She's literally selling her daughter for
Yeah.
a life where she doesn't have to work. And this is where I was talking about. She looks like she's looking into an abyss of terror when she just simply thinks about the idea of having to work, to be a seamstress or whatever. And it's like, holy shit. She can never. She has to be a socialite. Her job
Bro.
is to go around and give people the stank eye.
Do you think this bitch knows how to sew? Like I was like,
I never
a
knew if
seamstress?
that.
You wish. Or was she
Oh my
poor
goodness.
before and married this rich guy? And now she doesn't want to go back to her
Maybe.
life as a sewing.
Maybe. I was always, that was like one of the acting moments where I was like a little bit like, is this like not great acting or is it like too much? I couldn't tell if the character was being genuine or not. Or if she was like, if she was like, is that what you want, to see our things scattered to the wind? And then she turns and is like, I couldn't tell. I think she's being genuine. I
know.
just don't think I buy it.
Right. As for Noel's question, I'm like, I got the impression that she's never ever worked in her entire life. That's how I felt about it. But maybe she was. Maybe she did marry rich. But it seems like all these people are just garbage, trash people who all inbreed amongst the rich, and that's it.
Well, I do think that she has a little bit of scrappiness to her. Like she does understand that women's choices are never easy, as she says, and it's like kind of a bit of a history lesson as to where women stand with their autonomy. And I think that she, whether she's like been rich her whole life or not, understands that, and has definitely had to like go through some stuff.
You have a theory.
Do the theory.
I always forget that the image that Alex made for that is Jason in the middle and two horrifying child versions of me with my face photoshopped over the children's bodies. Anyway, go ahead.
Photoshopped.
Yeah, that's
so. I think that the father was abusive because the way that Rose reacts to the breakfast being like knocked over is very like trauma response, and then the way that the mom is acting about like the money and all of that, just the way that we never really find out what's the trauma behind Rose. Like we know that she doesn't want to be like shipped off to Philadelphia, and like we know all of that, but there's more behind it. So
that's a great theory.
Yeah,
the dad was like super abusive, and
we also know that and we also know that he like spent a lot of money. He was not.
I think
like,
he was very much like
person.
Zane. Yeah,
right. Oh.
Like coded
a
like
legacy of bad debts.
Yeah,
so he left.
Do we know how he died?
I killed him.
Oh no time machine to back to 1911. So we then get the sequence where we learn that they're now keeping Jack at a distance. They don't want him around, and the bodyguard is basically.
Well, why would he come in when they're like at church? Like that's
I know.
Bad
I
move.
was thinking that yesterday. It's like
you're poor. You know what God is though, in church on Sundays. Nerd.
Yeah, and it is. And
everyone's a Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, it's not like Rose is going to be like, oh, excuse me for one moment, I'm going to go see this guy. When he's like, I just want to talk to Rose for 1 second. It's like she's literally singing a song.
Yeah, when he also says, I just need to talk to Rose for 1 second, I was like, well, you played your whole hand, man, because he can't be like a weird obsessive weirdo who's now in a situation where this man's wife has come home clearly late, clearly drunk. He's already flipped out at her, and now he's like, I just want to talk to her. That is
yeah, like what did he expect was going to happen? That she was going to come out of this
then be like, okay, I'll go get her.
He was going to be like, I love you, you need to break free from this guy who's right there, like
right in front of everybody. And also the church element of it all is like, that's very sacred for them. Clearly they're singing a weird refrain, but
it was a real song that they actually sang on the Titanic. That was actually what they sang at the church service on Sunday that morning. For those in peril on the sea.
Foreshadowing.
Ooh.
And then she's back at it, and there's that moment where she sees a little girl like being proper or whatever, and she's like,
well, yeah, but Jack does then get her in that private moment and she's also doing a little bit of telling the audience about the lifeboats at this moment. Like, I did the sum in my head, and there's not enough lifeboats for everybody. So now we're getting that information, which is great. Like, I love how James Cameron like gives us like little nuggets of stuff that we need to know.
You're forgetting the most important part of this sequence before she talks about the lifeboats thing. When they talk about how like we could have double lifeboats here, there's a little kid spinning a top. And we all cracked up about like that was Fortnite of the day. That was the highest technology for play at the time.
Also, the guy he spins the top, and the guy is like his dad or whatever is standing there.
Fantastic,
and he claps. And it's like fantastic.
But and I said last night, like that is a very, very cool. Like one of the reasons why I thought this movie was so cool back in the day was that there was all these like specials on TV about it. And in one of the specials, they talked about how that was a picture. Like there was a still photograph that was taken on the Titanic of this person. Oh no, am I frozen? Of this person doing the top. And James Cameron like recreated it in the background Just so cool.
You guys
It
know
is a
how
cool
to do
thing.
that, by the way?
Spin
You
the
spin
top.
like a you
Spit-
spin like
spit
a
with
you
the
put like a
thing,
piece
like
of
spit.
string around a thing, and
I've done that. Yeah.
it's called gripping it
See?
and ripping it. I think
You have talents, Noel.
Yeah.
My grandpa made me one. He took
it's
the thing-
Your grandpa
he
made you a
fiddled
homemade
me one.
Beyblade.
yeah, it's a primitive
And then
Bakugan.
you put the string on it, and he taught me how to actually like throw a top properly.
Wow.
Yep.
But
my
not a
grand-
dreidel.
Amazing.
In the 1910s, that guy was.
The other important
there's
thing
those
in
style
that
tops you just-
sequence is that Jack steals that jacket
Yes.
as he's
Yes.
walking by, so that he can sneak onto the other class thing, so that he
Do you know
can
what
use Rose in a more appropriate way by just grabbing her.
Yeah.
I had an epiphany just now. Jack and Rose are constantly sneaking through doors together. They're constantly going into a new room
They're
together.
just a
to
couple
get
of
away.
kids up to no good.
Oh, yeah.
And then he gives her that information. She processes it over another meal. Her whole life is just going to social events and eating. But she sees a little girl who's like,
It's endless brigades and parties.
yeah, taking a handkerchief or a serviette or whatever they're called, a napkin, and she's putting it on her lap, and she's being very proper, and you can tell that this girl has been like basically programmed by this high society life,
The aristocrat life.
and it's like, this is what happened to me. I am just a drone in this horrible system. And it makes her seek out Jack, where is he? He's at the bow. And then we get the poster moment.
I think Rose is the female Holden Caulfield.
Oh,
That's interesting.
That's a theory.
That's a good theory. I'm going to hit the theory theme for you there, and let's hit it up, and then I'll hit the theory theme.
Theories.
She's like,
I-
guys,
I-
ponies.
I'm watching Marty Supreme right now, and it's very
At the same time?
Catcher in the Rye. No, not right now. I just didn't finish it today. I watched most of it and then didn't finish it. But it's very Catcher in the Rye in a very
I
similar
liked
way.
it.
Yeah, it's good.
Catcher in the Rye
Weird.
kind of changed my life. Well, in the way that I think about it, because I was reading it, and this is a strange kind of story, but I was reading it, and I really had to go pee, but I was like, I can't stop and go pee until I finish this chapter. So I was like sitting there in pain, not allowing myself to go to the bathroom because I had not finished, like I hadn't like reached a page break. But I was like, Holden Caulfield like walks into a bar, orders a drink, and then is like, this place is shitty, and leaves his whole drink and like just goes. And I was always like, oh my God, like you have to at least like finish your drink. And I was like, oh no, wait, if you don't like something, if you're uncomfortable, you can leave and you can change it. So I was like, I'm going to go pee and stop reading in the middle of this sentence.
I read that book when I was like 16, and I was like, I had a very like cathartic, like, you can just do whatever you want, man.
That book changed my life in that whenever I see a carousel now, I'm just like, she looks so damn happy on the damn carousel. And then I went to New York and went to that carousel and said the lines for the damn carousel.
How often do you see carousels?
Well, sir.
Let me tell you. I've never read Catcher in the Rye, but you guys are making me feel like I should read it.
No. He's a little bit of a twat. Just like
he's
Rose
a-
is.
he's
That's
a
what I was
proto
getting at.
incel, basically.
I see. I remember somebody mailed me a copy of that. I had like a weird stalker experience in my life once, and somebody mailed
That
me
is
a copy
interesting.
of
That's
Catcher in the Rye.
That's
John Lennon.
creepy.
Somebody tried to John Lennon you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Yes, it is a good book.
Yeah.
Girl.
I also read The Outsiders when I was like 12, and that
But I mean, if a normal person gave me a copy of the Catcher in the Rye, I probably would have read it. But because it was mailed to me, it was very weird and like maybe
I have
all
it
the
on my
pages were
bookshelf.
stuck together.
Over there, I have The Outsiders as well.
I've read The Outsider.
Name a book. I got so many books. Wait, L'Étrangère or The Outsiders?
What are you,
The
some kind of
Outsiders.
literary major?
The Outsider.
Do you want me to show you my degree?
No.
Yeah, that's what we were waiting for. That's what we're all waiting for when you're on the show.
Oh, Jason,
Bring
why
out
would
that
you?
feel
Why
like
would you
this-
invoke it?
I feel like this happened another time when I think she showed us. I think they
Happens
showed us
every
their
I think Noel's
degree before.
shown their
I think
I
I've
thought you were
seen
gonna
the
reappear with it.
degree.
I thought it was just gonna be the degree when you
Yeah.
dropped it. Okay.
No.
I call it a scroll, not a degree.
I thought it was gonna be a
Oh,
scroll.
nice.
My scroll of infinite learning.
There it is.
When
So
you stand next to it, you buff your wisdom and your intelligence. Sorry,
Yeah.
Steve.
back to the movie. It's the moment. It's the moment that everybody knows,
Yeah.
and when you mention the movie Titanic, people immediately think of this imagery, which is the two of them standing on the bow of the ship and putting their arms out like they're Jesus. And
Make her
it's
fly.
I can see the
So,
whole
like-
world from up here.
yeah, for me, like, it's I don't know, it's not as powerful, I think, for me as it is for other people, but like I think it's because it's overshadowed for me personally by so many other moments that I find to be a little bit more fascinating.
But it's probably the most, besides I'm the King of the World, it's the second most iconic moment from the movie, I would say.
Oh, we missed I'm the King of the World.
oh, and I can see the Statue of Liberty, very
You're right.
tiny.
Very
Nice.
small. You always say tiny.
And I was like, yeah, because the earth is flat, right?
Very tiny.
Very tiny, of course.
No. And there's the dolphins. Like when we were watching that last night, and like that moment, like it felt so. I was like, oh my god! Like it was just so good. I was like, it just soars. But I will agree that this moment, the like kissing, the flying, I don't care. Like all I'm really thinking about in that moment is that this is the last time Titanic ever saw daylight, and like it's shit's
Oh,
about
man.
to go down.
Oh, and this is
Oh
and
my God, Noel.
they do the oh no, it's gonna make you want
Oh,
to
this?
assassinate the president.
Oh, this here?
And
Carry
then
on.
this is where like you can really forget that this is where you've like forgotten about the first 20 minutes of the movie, but then
Yeah.
it does that transition and
Like when
now
you're-
we're back into the present day and you're like, oh yeah.
Back out of the animus.
The VHS skip over, which we can.
But it does a really cool sort of seamless transition where it cross dissolves from the ship to the rot ship. I guess it's not rot, it's just goopy
The
and
rot
food
ship.
underwater. And then we're back in modern time, 1997, and we get our first F-bomb because James
Yeah,
Cameron's
I
like,
think it's
listen,
the only one.
it is because I think you only get to say it once in a PG-13, and I was like, James Cameron is going to put it in, but he also gives it to the most appropriate character I think in the entire film, which is the
Mr. Bodie.
what
Yeah.
the fuck is the word? The skeptic. I couldn't remember the word skeptic for a second there.
Yeah.
Where he's the only one who doesn't necessarily believe that she's the real deal, but it's also
Right.
It seems
He's
like
totally
he's
bought into it now.
yeah, he's like he's doing the math in his head, the arithmetic in his head, and he's like, maybe she is real, and he drops the F-bug because he's like frustrated with his own brain. He's also kind of like he's one of those guys who definitely just says what he's thinking, right? Like he never filters himself because like even like his shirt is a happy face with a bullet hole in the
I feel like
head, like-
Jonah Hill would play him in a remake or something. He kind of had that like of the era. I think that his shirt was Watchmen, wasn't it?
no, it's just a happy face with a bullet in the head.
Well, I can see Rose's breasts right now, so that's.
Oh,
where
wow.
we're at.
So that's what happens afterwards. Like we go straight from the present day back to this other iconic scene. Like there's so many iconic moments in this freaking movie.
It is
Oh my
crazy
God, now
that
we're getting
they
the Watchmen. She's Louise Noel.
Noel just rips the witch Watchmen.
it's
Very
crazy
good.
that they
What's
they
next?
spend a full hour in Titanic world without breaking it up with modern day. That's
You can totally forget that that's the way that it is.
I almost said that's restraint, but I'm like, no, the movie's almost 4 hours long. It's not. James Cameron had no restraint while making Titanic. He put everything in this.
It feels
I
like
don't
that
know. I
skeptic
think he did have
character-
restraint. Like that's why it feels so like
If it was
everything feels necessary.
He
It
must
was an
have had some restraint.
if
Yeah,
it was an unreliable narrator in like a sitcom, they would have cut back to like that guy. His name's Lewis Abernathy. They would have cut back to Bodie and like so many. Wait, whoa. so many times, but you know, he's probably just sitting there.
That would be
like,
so obnoxious and annoying.
Yeah.
I would hate that
It
so
would
fucking
be
much.
it would be unnecessary. Like that's why I'm saying like I think he
Yeah.
did have risk because everything does feel really necessary and purposeful. Everything
have a
has its
theory.
place, and everything does like kind of come back and tie together.
Another theory?
I think he took the pacing and the conceit from Princess Bride.
Princess Bride?
Yeah?
Yeah, the telling the story.
Mm.
Like when the grandpa is reading it and the amount of breaks that there are between like
Right.
the story and him. Like I think that's
No, she doesn't die.
yeah.
I
But
just
yeah,
you look worried. I don't want you to piss yourself in the bed
Yeah.
or whatever.
Can we just cut over the kissing stuff? Can we just cut over the booby stuff?
No boobies, please.
So I do want to say that it is the booby stuff that does cut back to the modern time. You had that flipped, and she's like
No, because
recounting.
it goes from modern time to that scene, and then it cuts back to the modern time. Like, you mean
okay.
did we do it?
Yeah.
Sorry
Yeah.
to disappoint you, but Jack was quite the professional. And then it cuts back.
She's like, I'm
He had
getting
a
that.
huge piece of chalk that he was drawing me with, charcoal, in fact.
And obviously James Cameron is the one whose hands that is.
That's what
Yes. We
Yep.
talked about that last night. I was waiting.
I knew that fact, but I had forgotten it. So when you guys mentioned it, I really hyper focused on.
Well, his hands changed so much.
Yeah,
Like they go
Yeah.
from being completely clean young people hands to completely covered in charcoal, like poorly like.
charcoal's a messy medium, guys.
No, but it's instant. Okay.
It's instant though.
It's
Listen,
true. As soon as he like starts, his fingers dirty.
Listen, I gotta tell you, Jack's hair continuity in this movie is all over the fucking place. So I don't think that he was too worried about it.
Billy Zane.
Billy Zane's wigs. That sounds like a autobiography.
It's a very wig. You're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see the boobies, paints her like one of her French girls.
Classic.
And then Rose has a little bit of a master plan because she wants to put this picture in the safe along
Which
with
she
the
does.
diamond. And
What's
then
the note?
now you can keep us both locked in your safe, darling. Darling, now you can keep us both locked in our safe. Love, Rose. And then Lovejoy starts to come in and finds them, and they have to run. And now we're in the and like the fun, like, oh, I love how joyful they are. Like they're not scared at all. They're like laughing, giddy, running away from this guy.
Yeah, they're like kids. They're a couple kids.
They're going down, down, down into the bowels of the ship now.
They find they find the one car, the one automobile. Good enough place as any, I suppose.
It's also a really cool, like another cool just way for James Cameron to like show us so many different parts of the ship, to like take us to the part where they're storing all this stuff, to take us through the coal shoveling areas.
Engine room? Yeah, boiler room.
Which I really like. I really like how they handled all of this too, because it was clearly like a miniature blown up, and then they would composite people into it. I thought it was really interesting the way that it looked, like to show like the gear, like those big pistons turning. But then also, I love the room that is where the workers are putting the coal in, because it felt like a Nightmare on Elm Street, where like Freddy's world, like his weird nightmare.
Welcome to Freddy's world.
Looks like a furnace, because he died in a furnace.
The man is allergic to furnaces.
Looks like a furnace because he died in a furnace.
So on the SS Keewatin, they actually had one of the little piston things, and you could actually go into that area and see it working, and that was the coolest freaking thing about fascinating stuff. You could see the inside, but I like that as Jimmy C being like, I love the Titanic, guys, and I'm a huge freaking nerd. Come into my house. Like, and it works really well.
Yeah,
Lovejoy just chasing them around the whole shit.
Yeah,
we already talked about that.
Also, but she's actually just in her room like that. That's the only thing that troubles me of the continuity of this movie and anything that's going on, is when he's like, there's only so many places she could be. It's a ship, but like she's just been in the room being drawn for a while, and I'm like,
What were they doing?
the room first.
Yeah, it
Well-
doesn't really bother me, but like just because it's like, you know, we gotta
The
get,
whole-
we gotta get to the iceberg.
Probably like they were like ships in the night. Like she was on the bow, and he looked in the room. Then he looked at the bow, and she was in
Yeah.
the room.
That's kind of what I figured, but it was just because of the placement of it. It was like, wait, she's just been there the whole damn time.
Well, you got it right. The movie is Titanic, so you got a shout out on this week's episode. So, Michael Mongiardi, what's your shout out for this week?
Michael Mangiardi.
Also, when Cal says to Lovejoy, like, it's a ship. There's only so many places she could be, and he goes, Lovejoy, find her. That's like the best like eyebrow ever. Lovejoy, find her.
Fine.
It's
I
like
was-
Elvis, but also The Rock.
I was waiting for Lovejoy to say, but sir, it's the biggest ship in the world.
It's got 4 smokestacks. Normally they only have 3 or
that's,
maybe
like,
2.
Another great thing about Cal, like throughout, like once it starts to sink and stuff, like he's just so good to watch because he's so frustrated by things that he can't control, right? And like you can't. He's like, it's a ship. There's only so many places. It's absurd. It's
Yeah, what the
or then when
fuck?
it's sinking, he was like, oh my god, yeah. And just like even when Mr. Andrews is like, it's sinking, he's like, well, excuse me, could we possibly, like, he's just always been able to like solve every problem, and this is like one that he can't solve.
How do you solve a problem like Maria? Or
And
Rose
then-
in this case.
How do you
I'm gonna
solve a
s-
problem like Rose Dewitt-Decatur?
I want you to solve a problem like one of my French girls. So the iceberg comes. It's here.
Well, they
Oh,
have sex. Come on.
Oh, yeah, I
They
forgot
hang
about
in the car.
Car sex.
They're
yeah.
totally virgins. I think at least I think Jack's more of a virgin than Rose. Like he seems so.
They
I get what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I just feel like the reason he's like this is because he actually loves her. Whereas like all of his French girls that he's been drawing, there's a chance that he had sex with all of them. He just didn't care about any of them.
I don't think so because when Rose is like, I think you must have had a love affair with her. Like she's maybe like kind of like not a stranger to a love affair, but he was like, no.
I would
Well, he
never.
has
Us with her
her.
Right.
Yeah. He would
I
never
don't know,
bone
guys.
her.
I don't think he boned nobody.
I'm not
I mean,
sure,
I can read it that way as well. Yeah.
I'm not sure they boned.
You're not
Rose
sure
is
Or
the
that
they
only one
two
who
have
does
been,
it for
yeah.
him.
If they're both virgies and like blah blah blah, we know that like
Rose also is very much the pursuer in that moment, like, to the stars, put your hands on me, Jack. And I was saying to them last night, like, I thought that these were like things that happen before you do it. Like, these are
Right.
all like the code words of like someone says to the stars,
And then you have to
you're
nibble
like,
their
"Oh,
fingers or
oh,
whatever.
we're gonna do it. And then you say, like, put your hands on me, and that means you're gonna do it.
I'm glad I
sure.
saw this movie when I was a bit older. Because they wouldn't let me see it.
I was like, obviously, that's the code word.
Yeah, this is code for sex. I mean, I saw this when I was 10. So like,
Me too, dude. Because
yeah.
we're the same age.
We're
Yeah.
all the same age.
so it is weird, but I mean, my parents were, when it came to sex scenes in movies, they were very like, we got to fast forward through this kind of thing. So I remember watching Starship Troopers and like, there's a sex scene in that and they're like,
Can't
uh-oh.
have
And
sex in
they,
theater.
I know.
Uh-oh.
So this is like the first experience that I had where I'm
Boner
watching a
alert.
movie with my parents where there's nudity or a sex scene that they didn't fast forward through because they couldn't. But yeah,
And you're like,
I don't
"Ha,
know.
ha, ha."
Yeah, but this isn't like it's not
It
very
doesn't show a lot.
It's not
very
a sex scene. It's
not very titillating either, like-
it's even just it's like implied sex. I know it cuts back to them. Like
I'm talking about the drawing part still, like the
Oh.
nudity within that. It's very non-sexual in a way. Like it's just kind of it feels very much more artistic than anything else. Where like Starship Troopers is a very horny sex scene. This is just
I
sort
mean,
of
Jack
like,
does knock a lamp over with his boner at one point, and
Yeah.
nobody seems to really.
and he
focus in
stumbles
on
around and he keeps knocking things over with it.
I'm sorry. I
And
was
like when she takes her clothes off, he's like, like
yeah,
dude,
she's like,
the virgin,
Mr. Big Artiste, you're blushing. That
Yeah.
line, he paints
Yeah.
landscapes, is one of my
Yeah.
favorite lines.
It's so good, so good.
Well, he may be
Very intimate.
he may be
Very
a virgin.
sweaty. They got very sweaty very fast.
It's a
They were
very-
already sweaty because they were running in the boiler room, weren't
Yeah, and then they took all their clothes off,
And
got
then they
sweatier.
and then they put them
boned.
all back on.
They
And
had a
then-
blanket somewhere.
And then those two deckhands open the door, and they definitely got hit with a wave of
Fart.
air stink.
Yeah.
It's just, but it's
Moist.
Ew.
yeah. This is a very moist movie, guys.
Yeah.
Everything about it.
It's white as hell,
legit.
dude.
Yeah.
So,
Just like
boner
everybody
alert.
watching.
I don't know.
And then the
Very
tone of the
alert.
movie shifts drastically when we get wake up, you bastards! Iceberg ahead! And this is when, during our watch party, I opened the champagne. It's like,
Yeah.
champagne, anyone?
And you have a
Also,
second bottle. You're supposed to open it now.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's time for you to drink a whole bottle of champagne to your face.
Oh god.
Also, it's crazy that they walk right onto the deck and are just kissing and canoodling,
Yeah.
and there's like the two guys up in
Laughing.
the two
Crow's
guys up
nest?
in the crow's nest, looking like
That's
kind of looking at them and looking across the water, and everything sort of falls apart right here. And I think this is where you'd switch DVDs or switch VHSs.
In a little bit, in a moment. Not
Okay.
quite yet.
It's the headlines one, right? It's there.
Yeah,
that
I
you-
do. I do believe you get your headlines, Mistress May. Insert VHS 2.
But
Put in
their
disc 2 of
sex
Final
caused
Fantasy
the
VII.
sinking of the Titanic. That's
It hits
Yeah.
the thing, it hits the iceberg, and then you're like, oh shit. Like, and at that moment we were all just like, oh my God. Like it's just it's awful because like you kind of forget that it's coming every single time. Like it's in history, it's in the movie, it never changes, and every single time it's surprisingly awful.
every time I'm like, they're gonna make it this time, right? I
Yeah.
lined up the iceberg to hit on midnight of like New Year's. So you know when you start the movie and then the iceberg hit at
Yeah,
midnight.
you started at like
So I've done
10:30,
like
and then
the
it
Death Star blowing up. I've done the Titanic. It's a good one.
That's so cute. Last year we did It's a Wonderful Life, but we just like watched the last 15 minutes that when they sang Auld Lang Syne.
the first
It was
ever
midnight.
champagne uncork on this show. Hey, did you see this one? Pour us all a glass.
You're gonna need a new thing.
Now
Champagne.
speech.
Pop, 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 pop.
Champagne.
Ba, 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 ba,
Oh, he didn't hear anything we
That's
said.
good.
How long is this fucking sound clip? We're definitely getting demonetized as I speak.
Turn it off.
That's great.
I definitely just like spilled so much right on my penis. I was trying to dance
Oh.
and drink it at the same time.
I have
Oh, stop!
I have some brandy. Maybe I'll pour myself some brandy.
Oh,
I have a
just like
dirty
tonic.
soda on the way.
Oh, this tastes better than it did yesterday.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
do some
it's
serious
when you let
editing
it
to this
sit.
episode.
It's better. Even
When
though
it
I
goes
saw you
flat.
uncork it. Yeah.
No, I think it's because
Boner alert.
I was drinking
That's really
like a heavy IPA yesterday, and then switching from an IPA to very sweet wine or champagne was just like, oh,
Champagne. Is it champagne or sparkling? You know, the classic line everyone has to say whenever champagne, yada yada.
Yeah,
Champagne, man.
it's not real unless it comes from the Champagne region in France.
Party time, excellent.
Me and my D&D group had this very fancy. Me and my D&D
Fancy.
group had this joke for a very long time where we would just replace champagne with anything we were talking about. Like,
Yeah,
it's not real cheese unless it comes from the cheese region of France.
Of
it's
Cheeseville.
not real. What is it? It's not real misogyny if it doesn't come from the
The Massagino region of France.
Exactly.
That's funny.
Otherwise, it's called sparkling toxic masculinity.
Yes. Sparkling incel.
Yeah. It's not a real incel unless it comes from the incel region of France.
Oh my gosh, there was like very, very little brandy left in this bottle.
Well, that's enough. That's enough for the crashing of the ship.
Okay, we're up to the iceberg.
The iceberg. She's made of iron shirt.
The movie kind of
I
moves
love Victor
differently from here
Garber.
too. It becomes like kind of an action
It's a whole
horror.
different movie.
from
Yeah,
around-
it's a different movie. The lights are now off. The
No, the
weather
lights
has
are
changes.
on. The
lights
lights are
are
on
on.
because
No, sorry.
because the
Sorry,
guy
the
tried to
lights
turn them
of
on.
the world are off. It is night. That is what I
The
meant.
lights of
That's
the
what-
world.
Yeah, that's what Noel says when they go outside during nightfall. You're like, oh, they're turning the
Lights
lights.
of the world.
Turn them back
The lights
on. I'm
of the
scared.
world.
It's too spooky out here.
know,
There's water
but
rushing in all of the windows now.
the really cool thing, like when the
Oh, that
iceberg
slap.
hits, I really like how they show how the different like you were saying before, Steve, about how they show the different class levels. They
Mhm.
show how the impact of the iceberg affects the different levels, right? Like
Mhm.
where the guys are looking at where Jack and Rose just were at the car are like shoved and pushed back with the water, but Mr. Andrews is just getting a little tremor, and
Yeah.
people down in steerage are like woken up because it's shaking.
Yeah, Mr. Andrews is so cool.
So cool.
He's the best character. Him and Molly Brown, obviously.
Molly Brown.
They're good for different reasons, but like I love just there's that one moment where Jack is like, "Hey, Mr. Andrews," and he's like, "Hello, Jack," and he like seems pleasantly.
Jack.
He's like seems
I
like he's
love
genuinely happy to see Jack, and you're just like, "Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's
sweetie
not
pie.
like,
here.
you're not supposed to be here.
yeah."
He also helps them out regularly. He likes
yes,
he gives them intel. He's the best, which is why when he's the bad guy in Legally Blonde, I'm like, oh no, Victor Garber, no. But then he
Mhm.
plays the dad in Brandy Cinderella, which is nice. to see.
Not to bring it down though, I think it's pretty horrific when the bulkheads start closing on the engine room
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
And they're
yeah.
trying to like
Like
get out.
that is the nightmare fuel of
I
like
think I was
the stuff
peeing
that I
during
would
that
see when I
part.
would
'cause
close my eyes.
Oh, I hate the second half. Not
Yeah.
the way I hate Attack of the Clones. It just
Which
makes
you can
me
find on
so-
this channel, and we talked about it for 5
so-
hours. We're doing a way
so
better job at
sad.
Titanic than we did the Attack of the Clones.
So sad.
It's
Yeah.
so sad. It's
I
so
can
intense.
barely watch it. I can I had to do some fast forwarding there because like it just gets me on in the pathos so bad that
And when you think about how real it is,
well, that's the problem that
Yeah.
like these people died, Kim.
I got this 3D model of the Titanic as a gift.
Caitlin,
and
can you snap
there's-
that in half
there's-
just to really show?
No.
I will not. I've had it for like 10 years, but when I put it together, it was missing a piece, and it was like right where the iceberg hit. Like, what's that about?
Oh, what's that about? You know, growing
Yeah,
up,
it looks
when
like
I, when I
face.
watched this movie for the first time, when I saw Jack and he's in his tuxedo, I was like, I think I might be gay. And then now watching this
Right.
movie, just seeing Mr. Andrews every time he's on screen, I'm like, I definitely am gay.
Definitely gay. Yeah.
100%.
Wait.
He's so handsome. And so nice. And his ears are so big.
They don't really see it as a threat. Even they show the impact, but then they show the boat like clear the whole iceberg. And then
Yeah.
it's kind of
So
jovial up on the deck, and they're playing with the ice that has fallen onto the deck. I thought
Well,
that messed
the
me up a little bit.
the reports from the people that were on the Titanic, most of the people said they felt absolutely nothing, and the people who did things did feel something. They thought it was just like the engines recalibrating or something, or like or the speed of the ship,
Which
slowing
did
down.
happen because they were frantically trying to turn out of the way.
Exactly, yeah. But there's one of the people who survived. He was, I can't remember what his name was, but he was just getting ready for bed because it was around 11:30 or whatever, right? So he was in bed reading, and he said he felt like a slight vibration, but he just chalked it up to the engines. and which is like it just like lets you imagine like how little damage was actually done in terms of like the actual damage to the ship versus like the amount of it done across the side, and you're just like, oh
and
man,
how
it
big
wasn't
the
even
damn ship is.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you've been rocking on, like, if you're on a cruise ship, like you like I got seasick for a little bit because you can kind of feel the rocking, but then like the place is so big and disorienting that you completely lose like the
Well, at the beginning of the
sensation it
movie
being-
too, like Bodine describes it as Morse code on the side of the ship. So just like they almost got out of the way. And that
Yeah.
leads me to the whole conspiracy theory of it all. And I
Oh
looked
my
into it.
God.
Titanic never sank. People seem to love a good conspiracy theory fraud story. So basically, they built the Olympia and the Titanic.
Yeah, they took the signs from the Titanic and put it on the Olympia.
They
and scuttled the
switched them
ship.
out because they knew that the ship, if anything happened, it would sink. But the reality is that the Olympia went on its own voyage.
Don't
It's
let James
easily
Cameron
debunked.
hear you say this. He'll come for you.
I know he's listening to this very podcast. We have 6 viewers right now and 1 like. He's
Yeah.
the 1 like, and now
Yeah.
he's just taking the
And
like
now he's
away.
taking it back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, James Cameron watches our show. My second cousin is his private pilot.
I think James Cameron watch anything that has the word Titanic in it just so he can make
It's true,
sure
yeah.
that he's up on all of the lore and there to debunk
The
whatever.
lore, yeah. He's got a control room that's full of TVs, and every single one is playing a different source of Titanic information at all times.
Yeah,
I
it's
think-
like a situation room
Yeah.
for the NHL.
The Titanic. He's got a Titanic situation room in his mansion. I think my favorite conspiracy theory that I just learned today that the Titanic had a mummy's curse because the numbers backwards of 390904 actually backwards is no pope. So it's
Bastardo.
cursed. Yeah, bastardo. It's back.
I'm sorry, my internet's so shitty.
That's fine.
It's
It's
awful.
holding up for how bad you perceive it to be. It must be
I
freezing
mean, I just got-
constantly on your end.
Yeah, it is. It's very annoying, and it's just like kicked me out. But I live in an area where like they don't have high speed internet. So
That happens. Do you live in the annex?
I live in the stockyards in the like these townhouses.
Well,
now that
dox yourself.
I've like told the entire world now. Where
Yeah,
come
we
and
have to
find
forget.
me.
Your
We must-
credit card number.
Yeah.
Mother's
I forget that
maiden name?
I forget that this is a public conversation.
Yeah. We should blur that.
Owner alert.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Z Fritz?
Anyway,
I-
what did I
Person in
miss? Is
I would
Jack
just-
died yet?
I was glazing Andrews more. I do want to mention that the one thing that I do love about him is that he's always wandering about, and he's clearly like doing equations and
Yeah.
looking at he's like it's his baby basically. Or
Yeah.
he's just I gotta make sure my baby's okay.
Even at the last minute when it was sinking, he was like adjusting the clock still.
Yeah, and he was like frozen in place. But before we get to that, we're at the moment in the movie where they're running around like getting life jackets.
Mhm.
Yes, so this was cool. I thought that this was another cool little historical moment to show that like people didn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
They really didn't think it was going to sink.
It makes me every time my fire alarm goes off in my building, I think about the Titanic because it happens so often because I live between 2 mental health facilities and there's a lot of people that wander around and sometimes they'll just come in and pull the fire alarm. I don't know why, but it happens a lot. So my fire alarm goes off a lot in my building is what I'm saying. And I never take it seriously ever because of the amount of times that it goes off. And I'm like, one day I'm just going to burn to death in a fire because I didn't take the fire alarm seriously. I'm on the Titanic, guys. I'm on it right now.
Titanic is
Believe-
really a state of mind.
It is, yeah. I've
Yeah.
been living in that state of mind for a while. But I do like it as well because the people who are panicking the least are the ones that probably have to panic very little in their lives to begin with, right? The affluent, the
Well-
wealthy. Yeah.
So I have a bit of a question here, and it
Mhm.
might be a cancelable question. I'm
Uh-oh.
not sure. Oh, I need to wait for Jason to come back though.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Cancelable. Oh, this is a hot take. It's a hot take, y'all.
So we've probably already passed the moment where we insert the second tape, but that moment there too is really cool because that is another like nice recap of like how many people are aboard.
Cancelable hot take. I'm
back.
Doing up my pants as we speak.
It's gonna go down like this. It's gonna take that long. Like it's very show and telly.
He's like probably within the next hour.
An hour, 2 at most.
2 at most, yeah.
How many souls on board?
2,200 souls on board, sir.
Yeah. There aren't enough lifeboats for them. Not enough by half.
Yay, he did his zipper up.
Yeah, yeah, that's reality, brother. No.
Cancelable offense.
Jason, what's your zipper made out of?
Zippers.
No, it's made out of iron. I assure you.
Made out of iron.
You will.
We like it.
Joke about Titanic and like it was a real thing and it's a real tragedy. What is your take? What is your? How do you guys feel about being able to like talk about it like this? It feels kind of like.
Well,
is it talking about 9/11 and making?
We made that comparison.
It's interesting.
It's been
because
over 100 years.
Let's all talk at the same time.
We all want to be canceled. Because I was saying this last night that because I had a party, like a Titanic party for my friend who hadn't seen it. I made a meal that was like served. I made lamb rare with very little mint sauce.
Yeah.
Just like the Titanic.
Just like in the Titanic. But the real moment where I was like, what are we doing? Was during dessert when I had made a pie plate full of blue Jello, and we were kind of like making like a middle of the North Atlantic Titanic has just sunk diorama.
Yeah,
with gummy bears and stuff, and I was like, no.
One of you made a joke last night that was like, we're eating the second tower, and then my head went like flying a small cookie plane into the like cake buildings. Like, I think that in 100 years from when in 2101, maybe we'll be able to look back at that in a similar way.
I think that there's a certain level of romanticism about the Titanic that exists that doesn't exist for something like 9/11.
9/11 is a different tragedy.
9/11 was an attack. It was a provocation of violence, and if conspiracies are to be believed, it was much more horrific than that, right? And I think that Titanic, just the idea of the largest ship, a luxury cruiser, sinking as a point of its own hubris, and wealthy and poor becoming one.
An act of God. It's like this was a lesson, and now we could laugh at how ridiculous.
There's almost no other tragedy of equal sort of legend.
Here's something we don't. Well, we don't joke about the Titanic. We joke about 9/11 also.
Well, that's because 9/11 is much more tragic.
It's not what we do. I'm saying like how it wasn't like, hey, do we joke about this? Obviously, people do.
Hey, do we joke about this one?
How I meant like, how do you guys feel about it? Because some people feel a lot more like hesitant to talk about the Titanic.
Absolutely.
The way that it's been talked about because of that. And I wasn't saying that 9/11 and this, or I just meant like loss of life is.
I think that for me, like I had a mild obsession with the Titanic as a kid, and the weight of death always was present there amongst those thoughts. But like the fascination of everything else in terms of engineering and science and statistics,
you can do the same thing for the buildings.
You definitely can, but like I say, I think that because of 9/11 being a terrorist attack, there's something about it that's scarier than the Titanic, which
they didn't ask. It's almost, I mean, this is maybe a bad thing, but it's like, were they kind of asking for it with the Titanic? If they were like trying.
Well, did you ask what the Titanic was wearing?
They were trying to like defy. They were trying to defy physics, and like they were playing God.
Yeah. And like we say, it's like, a ship naming itself giving itself the title of unsinkable and then sinking. There's like this crazy level of hubris there. That
are you suggesting that the the ship can't choose its own name or gender.
Yeah.
No, it's
Oh my
humans,
God.
but
Yeah.
that's why the
From the
loss of
engineering
life it
standpoint-
can be like feels a little bit like not that it is flippant, but like it feels a little bit more.
But from the engineering standpoint of the Titanic, it was one of the greatest vessels ever created. It was specifically built so it couldn't sink from a normal way that ships sink.
Yeah, and I mentioned
the
this to
thing
you guys
is,
last night, which is
it was
that
punctured in such a way that like if they had
The ship-
one more of those like retaining holds, maybe it wouldn't have sank.
they're called watertight compartments. Yeah, but
Watertight compartments.
So, like I was telling you guys last night, the accident that happened to the Titanic had never occurred before and has since never occurred again. It's like a crazy statistical anomaly that basically will never happen because of obviously technology and being able to. There's a thing called like the Atlantic Ice Patrol. It sounds like a made up thing, but it's basically like an entire scientific developed group they just track icebergs specifically through the Northern Atlantic to prevent tragedies like the Titanic from happening.
And
So
icebergs don't really exist anymore because of the
the government is putting ice cubes in my drink or whatever. And chemtrails.
Also, I would
make
be
dogs
remiss
gay.
if I didn't. I'm still waiting for Cameron's Hindenburg.
Right. The Hindenburg is also that's
that answers my question. We all don't want to joke about either.
I want to joke about everything.
I mean, I think that humor is a response to tragedy, and like that's
Yep.
the thing that we do naturally. But like, I don't have reservations about talking about it, especially when we're talking about a movie that's depicting events and it's glorifying certain aspects of it and manipulating the story in order to be more interesting, and is also a great movie because there's a 9/11 movie and it's kind of a pile of actually I think there's multiple
with Nick Cage, the Nick Cage
but
one.
they're not nearly as because this is a fun movie as well, right? Like the latter half of it is obviously very tragic and scary and intense, but everything else is fun.
Like a universal like ride out of this. Can't make a universal ride out of 9/11.
I feel like Titanic
I don't think
that would be pretty.
I really don't think
in
you
poor
could.
taste.
I
Yeah.
mean, lots of like the amount of people that sued James Cameron and whatnot like this doesn't hit people who have.
They could have made a
connection to
universal
it.
ride out of this in 1998.
I think that
1 year
even
after this.
in 1998 they had the foresight to be like this would probably be in poor taste because like you couldn't make a Titanic ride and be like,
poor
"Whoa, it's flooding."
I think that's the best way to frame that. Anyway, I just wanted to get y'all's takes on it. There was no.
I know,
Yeah.
but I like that kind of discussion as well. It's good.
I don't like joking, like making jokes, but I am sometimes taken aback of how casually I discuss it and made a fucking pie plate.
Well, I also mentioned to you guys last night that like when they in 1985 when they discovered the wreckage of the Titanic, this guy I forget his name, is like John Carlo or something like that, but he had been searching forever and he had narrowed it down and he was searching, like a 9-mile square grid and like he never lost hope, and they found like a tiny little chunk of something and they're like, oh, if this is this, then it's over here and we can find the other half over there, and they found it and they celebrated for like 2 hours, like all these scientists and oceanographers and stuff, they were all just like celebrating, and then all it took was for one person in that control room to be like, it only took 14 minutes for the ship to submerge and sink all the way to the bottom of the ocean, and we've been celebrating for 2 hours. And then he realized it's like we're basically dancing on people's grave. It's like akin to going to a graveyard and having a party or something. It's like very weird. And then so his response to that was they all went up on deck and they had a 14-minute silent vigil where they're just like, we're gonna, for the amount of time it took to sunk, we're gonna stand here and just pay our respects to the people that sunk.
This
And
is
now
a
we
comedy.
shall, everyone.
This is a comedy movie.
Burp laughed.
review
You made me burp.
podcast. So we're gonna make jokes, but we do recognize how tragic this is. We recognize how tragic 9/11 was, but there is a certain amount of levity that you can find within all of these subjects.
Also, all four of us are funny people, so we're gonna make jokes.
Yeah,
It's gonna happen. It's gonna
and
happen.
also that's how funny people deal with their with tragedy. It's like my first response to my grandmother dying has always been, both times, well, she didn't see it coming.
I thought you were gonna go wah wah.
No.
I wasn't sure where this was going, and I was waiting. But Rose DeWitt Bukater and Jack Dawson aren't real, so we can make fun of that.
Right. Stupid idiots.
Idiot. Get on a ship.
this?
What are you, dumb?
So the ship is now in full sync mode. So this one of the great things.
Full sync mode.
The whole...
Activate full sync mode. See, awful.
Yeah, we immediately make a joke.
People about to die.
So
I'm dying.
The
here.
water is freezing.
Jason's
Couple
like,
degrees over.
you know, comedians deal with tragedy in different ways. Activate sync mode.
Well, Jack
Comes.
is locked up. Jack is locked up in a room under below sea level at this point.
Wait. I wanted to say something first before we get into the story. One of the best aspects of this, the entirety of this sequence, from the iceberg hitting to the ship sinking fully, is that everything shot inside the boat after this is slowly tilting. Like it's slow. And if you're a film buff in any capacity, even if you just watch movies casually, you know that a canted angle like that is a signifier that you're in a horror movie, and like the movie is slowly becoming. Well, yeah, it's slowly.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the obvious man.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So it's slowly becoming more and more of a horror movie as the camera is tilting more and more, and it's like it's
very
so
Hitchcockian.
Yeah, it's very. It's almost like it's perfectly designed to be a horror scenario, because the entire room is tilting.
What I love about that element is they're making light about the fact that they're underwater, even in the scene where they're in that room, and the room hasn't started to fill up yet, but the water's going up clearly in the window, and he's locked to the bar, and everybody's still like, everybody on the ship is still very much like, we can survive this, it's going to be fine, or they're panicking as hard as you can panic, which I think is the chaos of this movie. I love chaos in movies, and this movie has some of the best chaos moments I think I've ever seen in a movie. It's not a drama anymore after this point. It's a
disaster movie. It's like Independence Day.
Yeah, it becomes Friday the 13th. But the serial killer is just like this slow moving
creeping water, and there's like so many shots of like the water coming up. And I was thinking like all the different scenarios that James Cameron puts into this sinking section, because like you have so many different like horror moments within this like bigger horror. With like there's the fact that like Jack is fucking stuck, that these people are like can't get in these watertight compartment doors. Like that's
they're also punching him and hitting him and treating him like shit while he's tied up like a dog.
Yeah, and like he's gonna be stuck there. He like is gonna know that the water is just gonna slowly get higher and higher and higher. And then like the moment where they're stuck behind the doors, there's just so many mini horror moments that he puts in there that makes the whole sinking just like fly.
Yeah. And Jimmy C was like, okay, I already have a sinking ship. Like the stakes are high. And he just like, you know, it's a hat on a hat on a hat, but for this, it works. And that's the emotional manipulation
that fit over top of one another.
There's a smaller top hat inside the top hat. But it's basically like everybody going into the theater knows the boat is going to sink. That there's no question in our minds that that's going to happen. So what he's doing is he's using it as a set piece to tell like 20 different individual terrifying stories, and they're all unique, and you care about every single one. Maybe not equally, but you do care about every single one. Even like even the moment where Lovejoy is like rolling the bullet down the table, and he's like, I do think this ship is going to sink, or whatever. I can't remember what he says, but it's something like that.
That's exactly it. I do.
It becomes almost The Shining too. It becomes a Kubrick, where they're running up and down hallways trying to find each other, and like, you know, and us as the audience looking at these hallways, we don't remember really, because we're not sitting there trying to like figure out like the layout of this ship, but they remember it because they're in it, you know. And that is almost scarier to me, because they're getting lost in a place that they're familiar with, but also as they go down levels and back up levels. There's a part where they run down one place and they look down a hallway and it's filling up. It's like, we can't go that way. We have to go a different way.
But that's the way out.
That was probably the scariest point of the movie for me, when she says, but that's the way out.
Yeah.
Let's find another way. Come on.
Yeah.
But, like,
It's
going
the
down
pro-
the elevator
You'll pay for
and the
that.
water coming in. Yeah.
And like
That's why
fighting
it's
up a group
Starlight
of people,
property.
and they can't get through because
Fucking
the group of people is so thick, and they find another way up, and the group of people is much thinner, and they start using, like, what do we do here? And they pick up the bench and smash it through the gate. There's a lot of gate smashing in this movie, which is really cool to me. I love smashing down a gate.
But it's wild to me, like, that the gates didn't exist. Like,
I mean, but it honestly, as a mechanism, I know, I get what you were saying earlier about it being like, this makes it 10 times more horrific.
It just blew my mind. It was like earlier this year or like late last year that I learned this.
Did you learn that? Okay.
And
It's fresh.
What does it say about us as a modern society that we
That
were
we
like,
thought
of
that was
course
real?
that would happen?
I mean, I would believe that would happen today. That's the kind
Boner
of
alert.
I think, yeah.
I think that on that ship where the hantavirus, the Andes hantavirus, they probably had similar moments to that. To get us out of here. Maybe
Get
not.
back,
Probably
back,
not.
I say. That's Carnival Cruise property.
But when we get the COVID movie, it's going to be insane in 25
Oh
years
my
from now.
God.
Didn't they?
And the hantavirus, the Andes hantavirus, Andes specifically, because that's the one that makes it jump between person to person. Also, 1 year from now, this podcast won't exist because we'll all be dead.
Get your fucking
There.
hand in
That's
my
dating
face.
it. I'm dating it.
I'm
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
die?
I'm a-
Die?
I'm a millennial. I can't.
We're all millennials here.
Oh god. No, that's what
We
I
should've
mean.
called
Like,
the show the Millennial Show.
Aren't you a Zennial, Jason?
yeah.
I am an
Jason.
elder millennial.
Don't
okay?
be rude.
How is that rude?
Ah.
How is it rude?
A geriatric millennial.
That's, I think we're all geriatric.
That's- yes, we
millennials. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
really
my
liked-
knees
millennial.
definitely are.
I really liked while watching it last night, like the moment where Jack and Rose are like that awful moment where they're stuck behind the gate and the water is coming up.
Mhm.
When they've already like escaped and then they've had to go under again and they try and
Yeah.
save this boy and like the water comes crashing in and they're like running and the water like scoops them up. It's so fucking scary. And it was
Yeah.
right around that time that Jason was like, Titanic is really good.
Yeah.
I was like, yes.
Yeah, you're right.
I
He's
think
like,
also
wow,
said
this is a good
absolute
movie.
cinema.
Yeah.
He's like, this is a good movie. I don't know
He-
why
It is a very good
he told
movie.
me that.
He projected it to the whole room. Like, you turned to
Yeah,
all of us and you're
I
like,
know.
this movie
And I was
fucking
like,
rules. And I
I
was
know.
like, yes.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
There's a
It's
reason
the
that
best.
people
It's one
love
of the
it.
greatest movies of all time.
Yeah.
I think it
It's-
is.
Aw.
I think that it
I'm
goes
starting to fade.
Terminator 2,
Oh no!
Titanic, Avatar, and Jimmy C did all of them.
Jimmy
so.
C. I feel like I need to draw a picture of Jimmy C, like his alternate personality.
High on clam chowder.
High on
Yeah.
high C.
High on PCP.
High on
PC.
I like
PCP and high
Eye
C.
on clam chowder, yelling "Awooga!"
Awooga. I made an awooga joke last night because remember, like, I started laughing and Jason, you're like, "What are you laughing about?" And I was like, I imagined when they were having sex in the old timey car that he accidentally hits the horn with his butt and it goes, "Awooga." Yeah, that was the joke. But I wanted to just give a brief shout out to the sound design of all those water sequences because I'm a huge sound design nerd. My whole life is sound design, so like I do pick up on it. I think a little bit more than most, but like it's a thing that most people don't think about but when you hear it, it's not just water sound effects. It almost sounds like it has a personality, and there's like monstrous sounds that are accompanying the water as it's filling up certain areas. You can feel this sort of like it's growing and it's becoming larger and it's powerful and
Well, I
is,
think
like you
historically
say,
they were
Caitlin,
also
fucking
transporting
terrifying.
a T-Rex during all of this, right? I don't know why they left it to the movie or something. Like there was a T-Rex in one of the hulls, and they were bringing it to America to.
Well, there's a
create
part
Jurassic
where Mr. Andrews goes, "We have a T-Rex."
Welcome to Titanic.
So I have a theory.
Titanic Park.
To Titanic.
Uh-oh.
That would be fantastic.
No, you said you have a theory?
I do, yes.
Oh my god, I've never hit the button so many times.
Theories.
So the reason they don't talk about the Titanic is because it was like the last T-Rex ever found, right? Like then they were trying to transport it in order for it to be tested and preserved, and that's actually a huge cover up. Like they sunk Titanic
Right.
so they could get rid of this T-Rex, and that's like what really happened.
Also,
right. What was
once
the name of the dinosaur, Noel?
Which dinosaur?
The one that you're talking about.
Godzilla?
What was the ship that it was on?
What?
Which ship was the dinosaur on?
Titanic!
That's when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
That was painful.
They
I
say
know,
they
I was
say
hoping
the
that Noel would
name
be
a
like
lot.
Titanic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It did seem
I
like you were
think it'd be-
fishing for a specific answer that none of us knew the
Yeah.
answer to. We're like, what
It-
the hell are you doing?
It would be interesting to see like how many times they say Titanic in the movie Titanic, how many times they say Jack, how many times they say Rose.
I wanted to play off.
God damn, they say
I wanted to
Jack
play
Rose
off Noel's
shotgun.
theory about the T-Rex, and I was like, the forensic team actually
I
discovered
don't want
that all
to. I
the
don't want to
puncture
talk
wounds are going
anymore about the
outward.
T-Rex.
Okay, fine.
11 o'clock. No more T-Rex talk.
Look,
I'm
Cal is-
fading. It's all
Cal
T-Rex talk
okay,
from
Cal
here.
just
for
got
me.
his mouth spit in by Rose.
Oh, so good. Oh my
Everybody-
god, but there's so many good
Yeah.
parts. Okay, can I just like go through some greatest
just
hits?
take us
Okay.
through it because there's only an hour left of this movie. I think you can get us through.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about like the terrifying sinking parts, and then there is the moment where there's some nice like sentimental moments. I really love the moment where Rose gets in the ship and we see also this other real life story acted out, which was this father saying goodbye to these daughters, and there was the one survivor of the Titanic who was around in the 90s and even the early 200s. 200s?
It is a
Early
lot. Yeah.
200.
Yeah.
And she was the one that the story was based off of because she remembered saying goodbye to her father in that way and like and being lowered down. Oh my god, when he did that, it looked like it was Mr. Andrews' hands. I can't. The whole time it looks like he's just looking over your shoulder.
He had crab hands.
I can't. Especially in like on the Instagram side or like the reels, it's just like your head and Mr. Andrews like he's like right over your shoulder.
She's made of iron. I assure you, she can and she will.
Okay, so I love that moment that James Cameron decides to show Jack, Cal, and this father who like we don't really know. So and if you weren't really paying attention, you wouldn't really notice. But it's such a like kind of it what's the word? Deliberate decision to have those three as it goes down. And I love that he just has Cal, Jack, and like this person that he's also representing all these families who lost, like she never saw her dad again. And the music during that time is so great. And then that's when the whole gun part happens where they're like, to be a whore, to a gutter rat. Oh, well, that happened earlier. But then he chases them with the gun back down into the water. And that's I put the diamond in the coat. I put the coat on her.
I put the coat on her, which is a thing that I think
It's
I've
so
said
good.
to you ever since I've met you, Caitlin,
Yes.
which has been
Well, it was
many years at this point.
Yes,
it's a
yes.
thing that I constantly say to you all the time.
Yes, and it is like our very dear mutual friend Matt like wrote it in a birthday card to me one month. It's like it's an iconic.
It's an
line.
iconic moment. That's
And
why I put it in the
now
video,
mine-
guys.
Yeah,
But it's also great because he's laughing, and it's those moments.
he's
where,
like,
there's
he's really
tragedy around you. Like we've all had those moments where there's like, what else could go wrong, and you realize that you put the diamond in the coat, and then you put the coat on her.
yeah. And you're just like, oh my god.
What could
Put the
Well,
lime and the
possibly
coconut.
be
You
funny.
drink them both up.
I put the lime in the coconut, and then I drink them both up.
So then we have like that really scary moment where they're trying to get through that gate.
Yes. With the
And
keys
then
falling in
there
the
is there's the whole time the band playing, and they're playing like happy music, and then they decide to call it quits, but they all decide to come back and they play one more song together. And that song shows us now a montage of kind of
Yeah.
how people are dealing with it in the more sad, tragic, and not scary moments, like Captain Smith by the wheel, and the older couple with like the water rushing in, and we no longer hear the sounds of the water. We only hear the sounds of this music, and the mom putting her children to bed. But then like the water is still coming in, like it's still happening. And one of my favorite, like I'm always like this during this moment when that song ends and he says, "Gentlemen, it's been a privilege playing with you tonight." And it's silent, and we see Captain Smith at the wheel, and the water comes crashing in.
Yeah.
And he stands at the helm. And that is the moment to me when now activate sync mode, like it's happening. And the score changes, like, doom, 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 doom. And like that was probably the moment like 10-year-old me in the theater was like, oh, like that's trauma moment. Like the next 15 minutes is pure trauma.
Yeah.
I think you meant he was standing at the helm's deep.
Oh. Master the Rohirrim.
I love how much you love your own joke.
Yeah. I made a similar joke last night as well.
Because of the memes, where was Gondor when the iceberg
where
hit,
was
like
the beacons of Amandine are lit. Gondor calls for aid.
Oh, I also just want to say one more thing about that shot with the three people when that was happening. And one of my favorite deliveries of a line ever is when Cal looks over at Jack and says, "I always win, Jack, one way or another." And like you can like he's like crying on the inside, like, but he's trying to keep it together, and you can just see the cracks. The way that he says "one way or another" is so heartbreaking to me. Like I am kind of like sympathetic to Cal in a way, even though he's like an asshole.
I think it's the Billy Zane of it all.
Well, I had sympathy for him for a moment when he like is.
Listen,
like,
we all suffer from Billy Zania in our own way. Yeah.
I love the way he delivers everything. It's just so good. It's
he
so
runs over to save this kid, and he picks the kid up, and he rushes the kid over because but then he utilizes the kid to like get on.
I have a child. Yeah.
He says, "I have a child."
My heart is joy.
Noel, when you did that in one of our other podcasts, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Wait a minute, have we figured out what movie?
I was like, "This is a kindred spirit."
On my cubicle at work, I have a cutout of a Westie, like Billy Zane in that scene. I have a child written underneath with a Westie superimposed into his arms. Like that's on my cubicle at work.
That's funny.
That's amazing.
I mean,
I have a child.
There's also like like you say, like the sequence of events where they're under in the lower decks being flooded is actually super long, and a ton of shit happens too. Like, remember they saved that other baby boy, and like then Super Mario shows up for a second, and there's like a ton of stuff happening.
Picasso's floating by, and
I know this was a while back, but in all of the tragedy, one of my favorite things is that you still have time for a joke of like, okay, practice with the axe over there. Okay, now hit that same spot. So
there's enough practice.
Zania, brother.
I also do love that like she hits it first try too, which is great, but also like the tension there. I remember being legitimately concerned that he might be maimed or like.
Yes, I just couldn't believe that he put his hands like this. It's like, why wouldn't you like put it like more,
he couldn't. I don't
why
think he
down
can.
like this?
I don't think there's a way that you could do that if the axe is going in the wrong spot.
I guess it's true because then it like hits you in the head.
Yeah. I thought that was a great moment of levity in such a horrifying situation to be like, just hit the spot on the same spot. and she
And it's
just
so far away.
misses wildly. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's good. Like that's funny. That's good
It
comedy.
takes you out of it just enough.
Yeah.
I
So,
also
then
like
when
that he
she
tells
does
her
it-
to
rest of the
like
movie.
to like put her hands like a little farther apart. Like, oh, we're also
Yeah.
giving like tips. This is
Yeah,
Yeah.
choke up on the or
Yeah.
loosen
Like
her
this?
hands and choke.
Yeah.
But when she does actually hit his arm, I feel like it's bleeding a little bit. Or maybe
No.
it's just
he
from
was
that other
bleeding
video we watched.
before.
Yeah.
No,
But-
he was bleeding before from when he was trying to get out.
Right.
of
Yeah,
the-
But
Rose
Also, she
doesn't
closes
him.
her
He needs some
eyes.
meds.
She closes
Yeah.
her eyes before she
It's so
swims.
great. They're like, you did it. It's just like
And then he's like, "Fuck, it's cold." Well, I also liked what you said, Steve. Like when she goes down, that moment, like that's the first moment you're like, "Oh, this is cold water." Where she's like,
Mhm.
"Oh."
I was getting annoyed with the movie because there's so many moments where people are just like walking into the water and not having a reaction to how
Yeah,
cold it
that's a good point.
should be. But when she goes down from that flight of stairs downward and she goes like like she takes this crazy breath, it's like, oh, that seems like it might have been actually cold water that Kate Winslet just got into. But
she did.
or-
So you guys were talking
Famously,
about
it
that
was
last
cold.
night. Like you've put your hands in like that kind of water. When I was growing up, I had a pond behind my house.
Did you
I
fall
know
And
through some thin
I
ice?
used- I fell through thin ice a
is
couple
Jason
of
gonna
times.
Are you
mansplain what
Jack
ice
Dawson?
fishing is now?
No, I'm not going to mansplain
Are you
anything.
the
I'm going to tell you
kid
something
from
I
It's
didn't
a
want to
Wonderful
say
Life?
because I didn't want to come off as one-upping.
Oh.
But now I feel like it's safe to say that I fell through ice a bunch of times, but only up to like my waist
Mhm.
in like
Like
sub-zero
a
freezing
regular pond
cold.
or something. Yeah.
And it sucks. And we used to call it
sucks.
so we used
That's
to go out
the
into
poster tagline. Titanic.
it sucks. It stinks.
Yeah.
We used to go out into the backyard, and there would be these catastrophic moments of like we have to go back to the house and like we're going inside now. When somebody would like be walking across like basically tundra. Like tundra exists in Nova Scotia, and it's just like it's like frozen ground that's just a little bit too thin, and it looks like moss, but you sink through it 1 foot or 2 feet, and we called it a soaker. And when you go to soaker, fucking the day's over. We have to go back to the house. Our snow pants are soaked through, and we're done. Our boots are soaked forever. We're gonna get new boots, and that's what this really reminded me of. And you guys were talking about like you in Belfast, you submerge your hands in the water like
Yep.
as a thing that you were able
They have
to
the
do
they have the
on
water
your own
at the-
volition.
yeah, they have the water at the temperature that is like what it actually would have been, and it's cold as fuck. But yeah,
But
like I assume winter
used to get-
pond water is.
Goddamn soakers all the time. And back to this pond in my backyard that I used to skate on as a kid. There was a part of it where like a creek was sort of
Oh, what?
a creek. I don't know how else to explain it. Like not quite a river, not quite a stream.
I know what a creek is.
led into
I
this
know what a
pond.
crick is.
But that's where we all put our skates on, and if you stood up too fast, too close to like the thin ice, you would fucking get a skate soaker, and you have to go home because your skates are soaked. And
Right.
it happened to me a couple times, and I used to witness it happening all the time. But
A
if you didn't
soaker is my favorite Star Wars Disney Plus show.
get a soaker, but if
I'm
you didn't get a
thinking about
soaker and you got to
Mormons the
skate
whole
all night, man, I have some of my favorite memories of being 6 years old, 7, 8 years old.
I have
Skating
a
on this
horrifying
pond.
ice story that I don't know if I should tell because this might be like too much of a downer, but yeah.
Well,
I'll-
don't worry. I've never had any interactions with extremely cold temperature waters that made me scared. So you tell your story, and I'm gonna sit here. and
I'll tell
hold
another
it.
one. I have two, but yeah, we used to fuck around at a creek, and we have this friend. Caitlin knows him as well, but I won't mention his name because I don't know if he would want me telling this story. So, we would slide down this hill by the Wendy's near the mall. There was this big sort of hill that you could slide down, and it was one of those ice storms where like everything became completely icy. So like you would slide down, you would just go and go and go forever. And one of our friends went and he flew off into the creek and he smashed through the ice, and the water underneath, it's like a fast running creek, and he was holding on and being dragged under to the point that one of his boots got sucked, and if he had been sucked under, he would have died. And we made a human chain from a tree, and we all got into the water and like had to pull him out. It was one of those moments of like, holy shit, dude. Like I think about like every
Yeah.
memory I have
Water
with that
is a
guy like
villain.
after, and I'm like, he
Water
could
is
have
the villain.
died. Yeah, like that was a
And I-
that was a life or death situation, and we saved him from dying, which is
I think the
fun.
difference might be a creek is what you're describing. A crick is a slow moving version of that. Just like not like a ditch that's frozen over, that's barely moving, but if you step through it, it's peril.
Peril.
Yeah. Growing up in the like, you grew up in Brampton. I grew up in
on the creek.
Well, I mean, I grew
There
up in
you
Brampton,
go.
yes, but
Perfect.
the other story I decided to not tell is somebody literally dying from falling through
Oh.
ice. So it's like it's not like it's unique. I mean, it's unique. It's because like not a lot of people go through it, but like anybody that grows up near any body of water and winters where things can be thin or thick, it's like usually if something's thick, you walk around and it's fun, but like just that tiny patch of thin ice and that's someone can die like immediately.
Well, why
which is
don't I
so
ask you
scary.
a question, Steven?
Sure.
Why don't you take us home? Because I think we covered most of the things.
Yeah, I mean, we got through all of the and you know, like the second half of this movie, there's so much stuff happening that like I think we all have unique, interesting moments that we probably prefer over others, but like
Trudy
ship-
going down, like
Yeah,
like
and it-
hold on, Miss Trudy. Lovejoy at the crack.
There's that great
Yeah.
scene. Yeah, there's that great scene where it starts to break and buckle, and when it cracks off, like people just fall away.
yeah,
And then they talk about early in the movie about how, like, I think in the science portion at the beginning, the way that it broke was like the first part fell and broke, and then it flips up to become like a cork.
Yeah.
And there's the suction moment, which Steve, you were saying was like that's like a full fabrication, a full fiction. That's not physics.
yeah. They've tested it multiple times now, where it's like the idea of a ship going under and sucking all the water in and pulling people, that doesn't actually happen.
Well, the reason why I bring that up too is because you were talking about how there's the Samson ship that allegedly was nearby, and they didn't want to go up to it, and it filled my mind with like imagination, because I thought that, like, because of what you were saying about the suction and that may or may not existing, the ship was worried to get too close because of a ship sinking might pull another ship in. That's just where my mind went.
But the ship didn't know the Titanic was sinking. That's why they didn't get closer. The captain of that ship was on trial for years and years, even after his death, and then until science caught up to like what actually happens out in that area. There's a thing called
The Mirage.
It's called ocean mirage, or it's something like that. It has to do with water and light refracting on the top of the water, particularly at night, and what they would have seen versus what was actually happening would not match up in your mind or the naked eye, or even through binoculars you would still see the mirage.
And then also they're shooting off flares that literally look like fireworks, so you might see that and be like, they're just having a party over there even. So you might be like, they're fine. But you get a little bit closer and
it had something to do with like the radio operator on that boat that night had like been trying to contact the Titanic, and then the person on the Titanic was like, fuck off, I'm trying to I'm trying to get in contact with a different boat for a different reason. And so that boat that was closest just ignored all the messages from the Titanic afterward, because he like retired for the evening and went to bed.
There's all these like near misses stories that are crazy when you uncover them. And then even like the Carpathia that came, like that was almost a near miss too. Like it was like a miracle that they got that message through.
Yeah, and it was also like a very calm night. The ocean was extremely calm,
like a mill pond.
Yeah, and so because of that, the mirage effect was even more intense. I watched like a documentary not too long ago, and the guy was talking about like, I always thought that captain was guilty of everything that they were accusing him of, and then now that we have this science, I actually feel like this huge pit of remorse for him, because he died defending himself and everybody just thought he was like a coward or whatever. Imagine like dying and like millions of people think you're a coward. Like, it sucks.
Or going back to land and having to like have this weight on your shoulders that you're right, but everybody thinks that
everyone calls you a liar and a coward.
Refuse to go over.
Some crazy gas.
His biggest defense was like, why would I not go? Like, why wouldn't I try to help? And it's like, and they're like,
that's
well,
why I developed the idea that like maybe he thought that if you go too close while the ship is sinking, you also get sucked in. But obviously, that doesn't make any sense. I only thought that because of the way that we were talking about it at that time. But it does make more sense that the radios are all jammed up. It's 1912. This doesn't happen in a modern day because of the instruments
phone
that
call
exist
people
now.
immediately.
Yeah.
It was also the beginning of, I think, of SOS. That was like the new call.
Right. Yeah.
It was one of the first times it was used. And some
I think
people
that's right.
weren't as familiar with it.
I think I was literally taught through a heritage moment
Mhm.
that SOS was invented for
Mhm.
these sorts of situations based off of
I
this
miss those
era.
heritage moments.
I know.
But they say in the movie as well, like the people in the boats, like they say, like we had to pull away because of the suction. Even Jack says it, they had to pull away because, because I guess the suction's real in the movie. But
Yeah, I'm seeing the suction moment right here.
you gotta hold your breath.
Certainly does.
You gotta hold your
suck.
breath. Everybody hold your breath for fucking 90 seconds or whatever.
Oh yeah, you
Okay.
guys were holding your breath.
So
You don't have to do it
now-
again, Caitlin.
Sometimes I can't do it. Sometimes I'm unsuccessful. So let's talk about the fucking door. And
Yeah.
I just want to remind everybody about a little thing called buoyant force.
Okay.
No,
Thank God you
look,
reminded me about it.
Look, in the
It
picture
seems
that
like
I
people
made-
need to
when
be
I
reminded.
when I made
I'm
this
all for.
thumbnail-
She's the only one who could have been on that door because she was the only one that was on that door.
I
when
never
I made-
thought about it until people started making us think about it.
when I
was like,
made
what?
this thumbnail just to get like the engagement, I was like, my whole life, it's like, oh, he could have just climbed up in the door. But watching that scene, they showed
tried.
twice that he couldn't. And then also, even when she was buoyant, if he had tried to jump on, there's not enough room on that fucking door.
Yeah.
There's not.
And if both
not-
of them were on it, it would be like
It would probably start to sink.
There was already like a little inch of water on it.
But you guys made a really good point that the whole thing is like your heart has to be above water so your heart
Right.
doesn't fucking freeze. And both of their hearts would have just went below water, which might have been more romantic if they both died. But that
very
screws up.
Notebook.
Yeah. Spoilers for the Notebook, I guess. Another one I haven't seen.
The other part of this movie that's like always debated or made fun of that I was always like, obviously it's a metaphor, was the whole like she said, I'll never let go, and then she totally let go. It's
Yeah.
like, you guys, the promise is to never let go of like living your life.
Yeah.
You totally did that.
This guy's
And
And I feel like it's pretty well described, like within the movie. Like it's almost like the metaphor is a super surface level.
Yeah, it's like I'll never
metaphor.
let go. I'll never let go.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But
Yeah,
there was a
that
Mythbusters
always
on this.
bugged me too, but that was like
Yeah. When I see people, that's like a boomer thing, like
Yeah.
boomers need to have things
Yeah.
spoon fed to them.
That's-
But like,
So that was us as kids before we'd watched it, being like 10 years old, being like, but she did let go.
yeah, a 10-year-old brain would think that way. But even as a 10-year-old, I
Correct.
understood the metaphor. But I remember like when people would say stuff like that, I'd be like, have you never seen a movie? Like, have you not seen a movie before?
That's good. The conceit
Things
of this
mean
whole
things than other than what
conversation
they're saying. Yeah.
is everything is all about like James Cameron wanted to make an entertaining movie. If he made a documentary, it would not have made $2 billion. It would not have been a 12-year success. It would have been a exercise in.
And when
Like,
James Cameron is
losing
making a
money.
documentary, he's not making it for money. He's making it because he's passionate about the thing that he's
Which,
trying to explain
you
to
know,
you.
But
Ooh,
it
now
turns
I'm
around and
cold.
makes them the most
James
money.
Jimmy
Cameron has
C.
a boner for
Yeah.
Titanic.
He has a
Boner
Titanic
alert.
boner.
A boner for the ocean.
Yeah.
Ocean
I know
boner.
you guys.
Ocean boner. Ah.
The Titanic is so sad. Okay. Now can we talk about the Captain Fantastic guy or whatever, like the guy?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
Captain Fantastic. That's
when
his,
he's like,
his military. His,
like,
his
right
nautical-
then, we need all the women and children from this boat into that boat. Right, we have to go back.
We have to go back
Careful with
now.
your oars. Don't hit them. Come about.
That's a Scouse accent, I believe.
We waited too long.
Come about.
These are dead, sir.
They're dead, sir. The dead face is in the water.
So he's a hero.
He is, and he's so hot. I mean, you said it more than I did, but
I love Ewan Griffith. A good Welshman, but I don't know. Like, out of all of the people in the whole thing, his story makes me the saddest. Not like what happens to him, but just like that section of them going through the bobbing heads and like that it just makes me feel so sad, and it makes him so like, it just hits me how sad he is, and like how he.
It's interesting to think about how some people in
the anguish
in moments of like extreme stress or danger are able to just like think so clearly, and like his idea of like, let's bring these two boats together, tie them together, and then we'll get everybody, like, because there's not, like they were talking about earlier in how they were launching boats that weren't full, and it's like, I just watched one with 12 people on it. What the fuck are you doing 12? He's like, well, I wasn't sure of the rules. It's like, the rules are fill the fucking boats, you idiot. And he was basically undoing a mistake that had been done at the launch periods, which is like, we've got to get these boats together, fill them up, and then take as empty a boat as we can in there and look for any signs of life. But the water's so cold that people die like within minutes of plunging, right?
And people had been in that water for a lot longer. Like then there was probably very few people that actually went down with the ship. People were jumping from like the very beginning.
Yeah. Because they were probably trying to jump to swim to boats that had already been launched and be like, let me in or whatever.
Yeah, like you can see the logic in it until you get in the water. You're like, oh, fuck.
Because they say that like the boats were tested for 75, like
they were tested in Belfast with the weight of 70 men.
70 men, yeah.
Build these boats, god damn it.
Yeah, I saw one with 12.
That's good. You're gonna say that all the time now. 12. It's great because there's so many good quotes about 11, but not that many about 12. 11.
Yeah, 12 is the new one. Yeah.
12.
12 is the new 11.
Yeah.
I'm eating my birthday cake.
6 is
Happy
the new 7.
birthday, Noel!
Happy birthday, Noel!
Oh my god!
We love you. Thanks for coming.
You have a child.
Yeah, child.
You have a birthday.
I have a boner alert.
I almost knocked my champagne glass.
So Jack and Rose
home.
they have a very sad conversation. Then she lets go and he's dead. And she almost gives up. There's a moment where she's like, it looks like she's just going to stay there on the door. And then she remembers her promise and she starts going, come back, come back, come back. Yeah. And she gets in the water and blows the whistle. And then we cut back to the modern times and everyone's crying. And
literally, I love that scene when they cut back because everybody has like all their mascara is running somehow.
I also
even though all the men, just their mascara is
6 were saved from the water.
I also really like the moment where she's like trying to scream, come back, and can't.
Yeah, come back, come back.
I used to, I mean, I still do. Like, I get like sleep paralysis, and like when I was a kid, when I didn't understand what it was like the most terrifying thing that you can imagine. But like, you are trying to scream, and your body is just like incapable of doing it, and that's the kind of noise that comes out of you. Is this sort of like, like it's
Steven, that is frightening.
I know. Yeah. Apparently, it's very frightening to witness as well.
As somebody that's had sleep paralysis a few times in my life, that's exactly what it's like. You literally can't move. My theory is that sleep paralysis is your spine falling asleep with your leg. Or
they know what sleep paralysis is, Jason. You don't.
I know what sleep paralysis is. No,
I don't get sleep paralysis, but I get
science is that. Then I guess
your science is that your spine is falling asleep.
Yeah. I like that Rose climbs up onto the bow of the ship and has the diamond in her hand and just drops it, and then oops, I did it again to your home. Got lost.
Okay, and then we're at the end, and now we talked a little bit about the ending.
Oops, you.
Stop this,
Oops,
Jason.
you. We
Fucking
talked a
accent.
little bit about the ending last night, mostly because my husband has a very strong opinions that it's a bad ending. That once we see these
Oh yes, yeah.
pictures and then she dies and goes down, like her soul goes down to the. I love it because that's the part that like really kills me and why I'm sobbing throughout the credits.
Mm.
Is like once you see all these people who died and they've just been there waiting, like they're just in this. They're at the bottom of the ocean. And Jack's there waiting for her, and then they kiss, and I'm just like, oh my god! It's so sad to me that to see all those kind people who died.
Yeah.
It like smiling and just like wait, like that's where their life ended. Their life was Titanic, and it just ended.
Yeah.
But I also didn't realize until I was like fairly recently, like it's been not that long, a couple of years, that someone was
84 years.
that somebody was like 84 years, but somebody was like, oh, she dies at the end. I didn't think she died. I thought maybe she was having like a dream, or she
I
was
think
just
she's
remembering.
it's meant that she dies that night.
Yeah, and then
It's
that's when it
ambiguous.
really got sad to me. I was like, oh my
It's
god! And then that
ambiguous.
moment where you see the captain and he's blurry and he doesn't start clapping until you see him. So that, and I think that that's an intentional moment so that you notice him more.
Mhm. Yeah.
And he's
And
just
he's also
like,
so
with his
noticeable,
iconic
like,
beard,
the white beard,
and it's so fucking sad, and it's just like written and directed by James Cameron, and it goes straight into the Celine Dion song, and you're just like,
The Titanic will return in Avengers Doomsday. All I can think about.
oh
Yeah,
my
when you-
god, it's so sad.
When-
It's been,
It's been
can't remember.
It's been
It's been 84 years.
1 week since we got to see Sheen Lovers and Cousins Who Marry. 1 week since we got the show with the.
Okay, so what do we think about the ending?
So
Right,
yeah, I
so
wanted to
I
respond
think-
to it.
I
Yes.
think she dies, but I also heard very compelling ideas that it could be either one, that she's just dreaming and at peace,
Mhm.
that she's just thinking about it. If she did die, I'm gonna say that's a big fuck you to her husband. It's like, yeah, screw all that. I'm going back to Titanic.
Jack saved her in every way a person can be saved.
I'm
you know,
going
and you
on
gotta
this.
like that.
That's
also-
fine. That's
also-
fine.
Fuck
But also-
you! I'm going to Titanic 666.
She paid for an extra day on that cruise, and now she's gonna get it.
Yeah, she's getting it. So for me, I also think she died, and I think that, compelling evidence aside, which is none in my opinion, which is like the romantic ending is that she does die. She dies, and they say that when you die, your life flashes before your eyes or whatever. But like for her, that was the most important thing that's ever happened to her, and that's what she sees before she dies, because it probably brings her the most happiness. And I love the going back through the Titanic and like the tracking shot through everything.
Yeah.
I think it's fucking beautiful. And like when you told me, I understand where your husband's, I was going to say his name, and I'm like, do I say his name? I don't know. I can't.
Oh,
I don't-
dude.
Is he listening? So
Probably not.
I understand his perspective, because like that is a good spot
Yeah.
to end for sure.
But it's like, yeah, it's like tacking on like a happy ending.
But also
I
for
think.
me, it is more impactful to have that, because without it, I wouldn't really think that she's dying. I'd be like, oh, she's going to sleep. But like the fact that she's seeing all that stuff, that's what makes me think she's dying. That and the fact that it like pans through the entirety of her life, where she becomes like Amelia Earhart or whatever. You're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Look at the-
I want to know more
kept-
about that story.
She kept, but like, it's like all that stuff was like, oh, she kept the promise and she lived her life and she never let go. She did all this shit. She rode with one foot on either side.
Yeah.
And then that ending, like it just wraps it up so nicely. It's like you kind of like, even though you just spent all this time watching this tragedy,
Mhm.
in a way you kind of like forget for a second, and then when it takes you back down there, you're like, oh yeah, like of what could have been if it was still, if all those people had lived and it was still a good ship and it wasn't a mushy ship.
Caitlin's gonna cry again in real life now.
It's
Down
so
the
good.
road.
It's so good.
Look at
And I
it.
was like, that's the guy who killed himself.
She's gonna
And that's
cry.
the guy who he
That's
killed.
that's the guy who got shot, and then there's the other
Yeah.
guy.
Lovejoy's there flicking a
there's
bullet,
the
like,
band, and there's Cora.
Oh, Cora, yeah.
Yeah, she's super dead. When I realized that, earlier in the movie. I was like,
Noel
oh,
messaged me
fuck.
earlier today and was like, "Does Cora die?" And I was like, "I can't remember if Cora dies or
Yeah,
not."
well, one of the first things I was like, "Hey, Cora, you're gonna be dead in 4 days."
So yeah, you did say that. Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I know.
You kept pointing out people like that person's dead, that person's dead.
Jason, do you
Definitely
have
dead.
an opinion about that ending, the tracking shot? Oh my god!
Yeah, oh my god.
I have
I don't really
champagne.
have an-
Agony.
I don't really
got
have an opinion
champagne
about the
hiccups.
ending tracking shot, but I really enjoy the tragedy of it all. I think that it's a great moment in cinematic history to show. I really loved the last, saviors on a boat going through the wreckage, going through the dead bodies. Her calling out her Rose being so like mostly frozen, blowing a whistle, getting found, and then we get to the ending.
But no, we're talking about the very end shot where she falls asleep and then it goes back through Titanic and everyone's clapping and waving at her or whatever. Like, do you?
I think she lived,
And she's
I
wearing
think,
the
I
white
think she
dress.
lived to be 102 years old and then died later from being a lush, being an alcoholic. I think finally it caught
Wouldn't that
up
be
to her
something?
kidneys.
And also,
her
she
liver.
didn't. She died tragically at the pottery wheel. It was a pottery wheel accident. Yeah.
Hear me
in
out.
like a ghost style death,
Jack,
where she
behind
thought
her.
Jack was behind her, helping her make a
so
pottery.
sad.
So
Yeah.
this is
Look,
my
let's
theory.
go into her Home Alone of it all because I don't
This
care.
is my theory.
Oh, you have a theory.
Theories.
Okay, so this is very typical storytelling. Like it's the Odyssey ending where like you see the little baby dog at the beginning and then he goes and pets his or can't pet his dog, but you see the dog is older and then the dog was waiting to see Odysseus before he dies.
Yeah,
But
like Fry's dog.
just like Fry's dog. So this is like classic storytelling. So that's what happens here, which is why I thought that she died was because she's the old dog. Like she needed to tell the story for the first time before she was able to let go and go back to the place. Like it's
Yeah, she shared her story. Now she can let go. Now she can die. She's so old.
that's storytelling.
She never let go, and like her letting
And
go
then
is
she let go.
literally letting go.
Where do you think that she died?
Did you know there's an alternate ending that where
Where
it
you
also-
die in the bed in
Yeah,
the thing.
it's not good.
it's bad. It's so bad. Like when we were watching it last night, it had been so long that since I've seen it, and I've seen that alternate ending so many times that I'm like, my brain for some reason thought it was in the movie.
What's
That-
the alternate ending?
That alternate ending is a cartoon. Like just
On
that
which
she's
ship do you think it was on?
It was on their ship.
it was
Welcome
Welcome to the Calvage. It was on the Calvage. So
Oh.
she's about to throw the heart of the ocean into the ocean, and her granddaughter Lizzie and Brock Lovett like come and stop her and are like, "No, don't do it." And she's like,
Yeah. And she
it's
throws
garbage.
it. It's so bad because I think, and like to James Cameron's credit, I think that he filmed that because I think he maybe got too attached to the idea of the treasure hunter thing being like this story, and then
It just makes it too much about that, I think.
yeah, and it's not about that, and like throwing the diamond
Actually,
into the coat.
Don't like the throwing the diamond into everything else. I love the tracking ending. I love like her dying is fine. It's a satisfying ending. I really don't like her throwing it in. And it's not because she could use that money for whatever. I just don't like that scene. It's weird. I don't
You know, like when she goes, "Whoops."
like
Whoopsie.
something about it that doesn't fit the rest of the
Yeah.
movie.
It's true.
It might have
does-
been it might have
seems
been
like-
nice if she sorry, go Steve.
if she put it into someone's coat.
Oh, yeah, we'll just gonna say
And then put the coat on
if she like left it on the side table and then we went through the montage
And she
of
died, yeah.
the things and like it was there on the table. Could have
It is a very selfish decision to throw it into the ocean. It's fucking weird, and I don't understand why she
It's
does
the
it.
way that she does it, like
Whoops.
as well. It's just, it's not explained enough that she would feel that she would have to let go of it there. Like
Yeah.
the,
On which
the
ship?
necklace isn't really like I can see where this could have happened in James Cameron's head of like she has to let it go because it meant this and this and this in her life, but that's not really what we like the story of the necklace doesn't
It's not
Actress
it's
that
not the
way.
I
story.
know it's part
yeah.
of a greater story, I would say, like a ship that
I think the
Exactly.
visual. I think he got a little too invested in the visual metaphor, which is
So
like
if they had just cut that out and just show her having it in her pocket
Mhm.
when she's on the ship, and then don't show it at all in the future part, I would have been fine with that.
What
But
ship
then
do
it
you
makes
mean,
it
though?
seem like she might have like sold it. Like I kind of want to know that she still has it.
Fair, like I would have not minded either way, because like now you've landed in the Americas by yourself, you have a new name, and then the gift that you've been given is this diamond. Although you couldn't actually sell that, like
No, you
without it.
couldn't.
No.
You couldn't. But then
It
Yeah.
was a huge boat.
it just makes it be like she made it on her own. Like she didn't need them. And if like she didn't use it, she just kept it the whole time.
And in the second movie, at their wedding, Bill Paxton and the granddaughter, there's the last note that her grandmother left her, and it's like a gift for your wedding. Opens it, and it's the heart of the ocean, and like Bill Paxton gets it anyway, but it's because he loves like Rose.
It's like the post credits scene.
right, yeah. And then the credits come up, and it's like it's bam. Okay, so
And
let's
the
go
post
to
credits, I think, is that 2003 IMAX movie in 3D.
Right.
About which movie? About which boat?
yeah, Jason. We get it. You want us to move on? We're moving on.
No,
Everyone-
I don't. I want you to see-
Titanic.
If you had to pick one more. That's when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
Me and Steve
Titanic.
clicked buttons at the same time. Steve, do what you're gonna do. I'm sorry.
Oh,
If you had to pick one more.
What do you think
But
the Home
when
Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I
of it
really
all
gotta
happens?
know. Home Alone
When
of it all?
is the Home Alone
What
of it all?
is the Home Alone of it all?
Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
Okay. So
We're back.
Steven, explain it.
the Home Alone of it all, y'all, is a part of a movie where the movie activates in your mind, where you
Okay.
believe that this is the reason that you came to watch this movie.
Okay.
I'm here for this movie because of this specific moment. It doesn't necessarily have to be your favorite moment. It doesn't necessarily have to be the moment that the movie's story hinges on. It is the moment that you came here to watch this movie. That's what the Home Alone of it all is.
In addition to that, we require your final thoughts and your rating.
Yes. Sorry, I forgot to. I felt like I did such a good job of explaining what the Home Alone
You
was
did.
about. I forgot.
I was mixed. I was mystified.
I forgot to.
You
say
have to
that.
pick who goes first, though. That is
Well, I think that we're gonna go with Caitlin first, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much
Hello.
for being here.
Caitlin
My
Underdark.
my Home Alone of it all is really that that scene that I spent so long describing to you guys of the three of them, Cal, Jack,
Right.
and the dad as they're going down, and the flares are going off behind them, and it's the music. And then like I don't even like the part so much where Rose like jumps off and Jack like runs down. It's like, you're so stupid, Rose. But that part where they're getting on the boat and it's going down and we see the three of them is really just I always like stop and watch. I always make sure that I watch that part, and it's so
You prepped us all for it too. You're like, you guys watch this. Watch their both. their
yeah,
faces.
because one of the things that I really love about Titanic is that James Cameron has snuck in these little real historical stories
Mhm. Yeah.
and like tried to make it look as accurate as possible. So I love that he kind of included that real story.
Well, and also still keeping them like super cinematic feeling too. Like it doesn't
The
feel.
story.
Yeah, but it's still like very nuanced. It's like if you didn't note it, like if you didn't know, you might not notice.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I love that. And my final thoughts are that it's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's extremely quotable and it's really fucking good. And it's I give it 1912 out of 10.
All right. Out of 10.
What a rating. We're real rated.
All right, Noel, please.
No.
Yeah.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Yay. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Let's hope there are words that come out of this one. I still don't understand the Home Alone of it all,
You
but
do. You do though.
No, I really don't.
You
And I
also
think-
do it. Though. Always do it.
19 seconds, and you'll get it.
Don't fucking okay. For this one, I don't know if it has a Home Alone of it all, because it's 3 and 30,000 hours long, and you go in knowing what the
I
Titanic
believe it's
is.
called 3 and not by thirds. Not by a third.
2 hours and 15 minutes long.
So yeah, 19,014 minutes long, 12. So, because it's so long and it's so ubiquitous in my brain, and I can't go back to a time where I didn't know what Titanic was. Like, not just like the movie, like not just the boat, but the movie. That I don't think I can separate into it. It's just like I'm gonna watch Titanic. Like that's the Home Alone of it all.
Yeah.
Titanic.
The whole thing, yeah. The fact that the Titanic itself is the Home Alone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good answer. I like it.
My final thoughts. I love this movie. It's super sad. I can't watch it very frequently though because it does make me so damn sad. I'm a big sucker when it comes to like real life tragedy and stuff, and I am a history major. That is what my degree on the wall. Or Victor Garber's face right now.
That's Victor Garber.
I love Victor Garber. This cast is great.
She's made of iron, sir.
At first I didn't like Leonardo DiCaprio in it for years, and he's grown on me. So like I think I've appreciated this movie more as I got older. But I always did like it. It's so freaking quotable. It's honestly Jimmy C for all the avatars that he's done wrong in my life. He's done good this one. Good.
Good words.
Good this one.
Good words.
I just saw Rose's old feet on the screen, and I went, "Ugh."
Oh,
I don't like feet. But old
I read
feet, it's like double down. I'm like, ugh.
She still has her toes painted.
Caitlin
though.
loves feet, though. Caitlin
She
loves
lives
I don't
her life
mind
to the
it.
fullest.
I don't
I
mind
don't
it.
mind it.
Give,
Caitlin's a
like,
feet pervert.
I did not think
talk all about
You're like
it.
old foot.
At length. She's
Very
talked
good.
about it.
If
In
I
my
love
ear.
you, I
You're
love your
sitting right
feet.
next
I
to
love
me.
it.
Well, I've got great feet, so you would. They're not hairy.
I think they're elegant. No, even a hairy foot. Give me a hairy foot.
Oh, perfect.
I like Molly Brown.
I'm calling the
Beth.
doctor on you.
Yeah.
All
Boner
the
alert.
tertiary characters. Yeah.
Sorry, no.
No, it's okay. I'm barely.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Sorry.
Ooh.
Oh my
Those
god.
me.
Oh my goodness. I'm calling the police.
The feet police.
It's too late.
Yeah.
When I was 12 or whatever, I was on a train to New York, and I read this book, and it was called Titanic Ship of Dreams or something along those lines. And it was basically this story, except the Jack Dawson character was only pretending to be poor. And he actually was like, so he's going around being an artist in Europe, like to shirk his responsibilities or whatever. So the rich girl and the poor, anyway.
So like the Prince and the Pauper.
It goes, so the ship goes down, they survive. And then it's only later that she finds out that, like in the second book, she finds out that he was actually rich the whole time and they're both alive and there's something with his brother. But I really want to find that book now. I've been thinking about that. And there's something that happens in there where he's like, you can make tomato soup out of one ketchup packet. And I'm like, they didn't have ketchup packets then. I need to go back and read this book. That's a thing.
It was powdered ketchup. Everything was powdered in the.
I feel like I've heard that before, and I feel like it was from Catcher in the Rye.
All right, Jay. Sorry, do you have a rating?
I do. I give this one false smokestack out of one false smokestacks.
Oh. That's 100%.
Uh-oh.
Somebody name drop another book so I can start reading it.
Yeah.
Book.
Rant by Chuck Palahniuk.
A Christmas Carol.
Choke by Chuck Palahniuk.
Rant is better. I've read both.
The World According to Garp.
Jason.
Okay, I'm gonna make it really quick. My Home Alone at all is when the ship starts to sink. My final thoughts on this movie are, God damn it, what a great movie. I can't believe I didn't watch it in the first place. I should have just watched it in the first place. I think I procrastinated. I think that is the message I'm trying to portray to all of you. I just waited too long to watch it. It's one of my favorite movies I've ever seen. 5 out of 5. One of my coveted 5 out of 5s. My actual rating is this.
What is your favorite mascot for a national tragedy? Mine is Officer Buster from Titanic Frozen Custard, and this is a series I'm calling Haha, Oh No, where I talk about something that I saw and it made me say haha, but then I thought about it for 2 minutes and I said, oh no. Now you're probably thinking, girl, there is no way that a museum for a national tragedy where 1,500 people froze to death said, you know what, this museum needs an ice cream shop? And then they said, we also need a mascot for that ice cream shop. How about a child who died while employed on the Titanic? But that happened at the Titanic Museum in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and not only did they make this weird ghost child their mascot, they heavily branded this mascot. Like, not only was he straddling the sign when they first opened, he was on all the cups, aprons, hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, book bags, dolls. They went all in on branding. They thought this was a great idea. Now, about 6 months after Titanic Frozen Custard opened, a new parent company purchased the Titanic Museum, and they appear to have looked around and gone, this is not a good look. Because newer photos of the museum appear to show it without Officer Buster on the sign. They do still have a Titanic Frozen Custard shop, though, and they do sell something called the First Class Banana Split. If you Google Titanic Frozen, it used to just say bodies, but now it says bodies first and then custard. Haha, oh no.
What?
I don't know if I've ever made Steven laugh that hard before.
I think that's da 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 da.
The aristocrats.
Oh my god. The thing that got me giggling was that she described him as a ghost child, and the next image was him like glowing like a ghost. And then she said, not only is he straddling the sign, he's like, he is straddling the sign.
Literally.
It was so funny. Oh my god.
When they cut to the doll that's like ghost white, like I already knew how bad this was going to be. Yep. That's my rating.
He's like cheerfully on the Frozen, and it's just like Frozen and like Titanic Frozen Custards, like Frozen Child. Like,
yeah.
That was what got me.
Oh,
we all got.
That's been I haven't laughed like that in a long time. That's funny.
That's sad.
Titanic makes you cry, makes you laugh.
Makes you laugh, yeah. Okay, so my Home Alone of it all is like Noel saying there isn't really one. I have a really difficult time pinning one down because I feel like there are 5 throughout the movie, and they're all indicative of a different moment. They're all bulkheads, and they're all watertight containers, and they all are sort of indicative of different moments within the movie, because this movie goes through like these phases. You could call them acts if you want to, but they're not really acts. They're sort of these movies contained within a movie, and it's quite impressive that something this big and unwieldy like seems to have some of the best structure that you'll ever come across in movie making. The fact that it's this long and it feels like it goes by in a dreamland. You don't, like Jason said, you don't want it to end. You're like, I'm having so much fun watching this movie. I want it to keep going.
It's kind of the antithesis of Super Mario Galaxy, where that had 9 acts, but the 9 acts of this movie all make sense, and the 9 acts of that movie, garbage.
The 9 acts of that movie made me feel like I was slowly drinking poison. This movie, not the case. I think if I had to choose one specifically, I will say it is the moment where she grabs the sketchbook and goes through it. That's where like the romantic aspect of the movie really works for me, and it awakens that part of it throughout for the rest of the film. That one moment for me makes their relationship important and believable and good, and I like it. And then any time that Andrews is on screen also is a Home Alone. I'm like, this is why I'm here. This beautiful man.
Louder alert.
Also, like I just watched the pan through again, like the tracking shot through the end of the movie, and the fact that he is the last person that she sees before she sees Jack is like, oh, and he looks like he's like, welcome back, sweetie pie. Like I love you and you love me, and it's like we all love you, Mr. Andrews. You're the best. You and your big ears. Yeah, he's such a nice man. If I had to give this movie a rating, which I do because we have to do it every week, I would give it flood every single watertight container if I get to experience this movie for the first time again, because it's mind blowing. This is a mind blowingly good movie.
You know what? You know what have worked for me? If Victor Garber, Mr. Andrews, said to her, "Where we're going, we don't need lifeboats." At the end
And he's
of
like, dun, 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 fiddling. I invented this ship, and I also invented the DeLorean. It like
It froze for me right when you were like, "Where we're going, we don't need." I was like, "What?"
Right.
Can I end with a little movie quote?
Yeah.
It's been 84
been-
years, and I can still smell the fresh paint. The china had never been used. The sheets had never been slept in. Titanic was called the ship of dreams, and it was. It really was. That's my other Home Alone of it all. And then
That's when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
I thought I was hallucinating for a second because I have the credits of the movie playing on the side screen here, and as you were saying that, I was hearing like and it was playing. I'm like, I thought that you were evoking a weird, like, horrifying mental break, but it just turns out that the music was playing. Beautiful. Thank you for blessing.
Thank you. Yeah. A couple of beautiful guests. You're always welcome back. We gotta
Titanic
get
was called
Not on
we
Batman.
gotta get
Ask for the
Caitlin their 5
Phantasm,
times
apparently.
club, and we gotta get Noel their 20 times club at this point, I guess.
Well, Noel, if you actually want to come on for that, you're welcome to join as well if you want to.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
of course.
can I just do the zoom in where I come in and I'm like, "Hey," and then I fuck
Yes.
off?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Also, that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Should
so
we
glad that
plug
we
it
got
all
to do Titanic, and I'm so glad that it was your birthday, Noel.
Yes.
Yeah. Happy
Oh,
birthday,
yeah.
Noel.
I'm glad we did this. There's so much to talk about with this movie. We
Yeah,
could have
it's
gone
almost-
for 20 hours.
It's almost
We
impossible.
did it. We did
It's
it.
impossible. It's literally
I can't believe it.
impossible. We did
Let's
what we
get our
could, though.
time back though and do plugs and go to bed.
Plugs. You guys want some plugs? Plugs.
All right, let me just plug this in right here and.
I think
Fucking
that
died.
guy's dead.
Yeah, he died.
I do want someone to say it every time. He died.
What? He died.
That
He
guy
died the way he lived, draped in the arms of another man.
Yeah, as we do.
Electro.
I will go first.
Yes, sorry.
I have
Go ahead.
nothing to
I
plug.
forgot that I was hosting. Noel,
You're
please go
hosting.
first.
I have nothing to plug yet. I was in school, degree. I know it's already there. There's another one coming.
You have a degree?
And, it's hard. Yeah. Did you know? Most people do that.
You have a degree.
What are you, some kind of degreeman?
I will have plugs at some point. I just have to not be in school. Okay. Thank you for having me on the show. I love you guys so much.
Happy
Thank you for being
birthday.
here. Happy birthday.
Plug these guys.
Happy
These fuckers are
birthday.
the best, man. Watch their shit.
Caitlin Claessens, please tell us
Um,
about your life.
I'm gonna pass my plug. Well, I'm gonna plug my husband's artwork, you guys. You
Oh,
guys should check
yes.
him out. cmduffy.com. It's really cool shit. He does whimsical nature, surrealist stuff like chipmunks that are monks.
Now you speak my language.
And like he just sold a painting today, which is an owl in he made this beautiful frame that looks like a knot hole in a tree, and he made this beautiful owl with a baby owl, but it's not just an owl, it's a cat owl, and it's called a meowl.
Mm-hmm. He's
This is
extremely talented. Every single piece that I've seen of his is breathtakingly beautiful, but while also being like there's a sense of like goofiness to everything that he does as well, which is like the fact that he's able to do this kind of stuff and you know.
Yeah, so check it out, cmduffy.com. Follow him on his Instagram because he shares all his stuff on there, and it's great.
CM Duff.
Jason, why don't you plug something for us over here?
Listen, my name is Jason R. Phillips, and I do a podcast each and every week right here with my best friend Stephen Bubba Blackfly Waters. It's called Hey, Did You See This One? We talk about movies. You can find it each and every week right here on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. And it's called Hey, Did You See This One? Right here on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. 8 p.m. Eastern every single week. We put up our on-demand episodes over the weekend. It's not really locked in, but go to our channels. You can find it all over there. You can find me right here in Toronto as the announcer for Superkick Wrestling.
You almost said, hey, did you see this one?
I did, yeah.
Here on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch.
Global actually did a segment on us today that went out. You can find me inside of that. It's mostly about like how there's sort of a renaissance of wrestling in southern Ontario, but it's mostly about like people going to Superkick or Greektown, but it focuses in heavily on Superkick. It's almost like Superkick is the best venue to go watch professional wrestling right here in Toronto. I'm the announcer. You can see me in there at 2 minutes and 46 seconds, not that I'm counting. And also we have an event coming up on May 22nd. In addition to all of what I've just said,
I'm going to be there at that one. Also, he does a very good job every single time. It's always so nice. And there's like a weird level of pride that I feel being like, it's Jason, my friend. He's there. That's him. I know him.
He's doing it.
Yeah, Jason's cool.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's cool.
Happy birthday again, Noel.
You get another happy birthday for saying that.
It's over now.
Yeah.
We waited too long.
Oh, it's over now. Yeah, 2 minutes ago, it's over.
He's dead, so her birthday is dead.
It was over as soon as I started talking about Superkicked, and I was like, and the universe has brought my regular life back to me.
That's how I'm going to feel on the 12th. I'll be like, it's the 12th. The 12th!
Yeah.
There were 4 days out of my ego pumping like
but I would like to tell everybody about
them all.
Stephen Waters, once again, who is the official artist for Hey, Did You See This One?
Wait, I didn't do my plugs yet, you fucking dildo. Sorry.
Well, I've got plugs that you don't do, and I do. He does corporal tunnel syndrome. It's a picture you can buy on a mug or a shirt.
I forgot there was 20 more minutes of show after this.
Oh, no.
The Howie Mandel Effect mug or shirt. Grimoire Familiar Killers mug or shirt. Self-insert Stephen Waters, the Eldritch Millennial mugger shirt, Kill-Aid mugger shirt, Twinkerbell fan favorite mugger shirt, and a newest image, Chef's Fingers mugger shirt. Also, just some fireworks for you guys because you're two of my favorite guests ever. Pew, pew, pew. And Stephen, why don't you take us home with your plugs, and then we'll all go to bed in the same bed, which we do
in the same bed.
Sweaty.
Remember when I tried to get you guys to all take your clothes off yesterday? Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna draw you guys all right now. And I was the only one that
look at him in chalk.
I was
the only like one of your podcast girls. A Fu Manchu
that had never been slept on.
Okay, so my plugs are that I am sorry, I spilled my pinky hooked on my champagne glass, and I did one of those like it went out everywhere, and I'm like.
Water villain.
Yeah,
he's up.
That's why they call me Waters, the water villain. So yes, my plugs are that I have been working pretty heavily with the Sonar Network to refurbish an old podcast audio comedy series called Randy, and all of those episodes are going out for free, one by one each week, and I just did some additional promo work for them. So you'll be able to see those episodes as the weeks go, but also if you subscribe, you'll be able to watch them all in advance if you want to. It's a funny show. I in that refurbishment work, I recut scenes, I re-edited scenes, but I also rebuilt scenes from the ground. I like went back and had to rebuild stuff from like sound effect to raw audio to sometimes I'm replacing characters with my own voice. So like I am in the show as well, which is fun and cool, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And I'd love for everybody to check it out. Also, Stanland, which is their sort of flagship series within the Sonar Network, and the Poolsville Chronicles, I believe, is what we're calling it, or Tales from Poolsville. I don't know what the exact. I apologize, I'm fucking it up, but the idea is that we're creating sort of like an MCU of all these weirdos that live in this town, where none of them have superpowers. They're just all kind of a little bit jerky. But it's a lot of fun, and we've got another project coming soon, which I'll let you guys know how that goes as we go. But I'm going to be in that as well as a couple of characters, and yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Also, beyond that, I am the voice of Darth Theorist, as well as the Three-Eyed Theorist and Half-Blood Theorist, my YouTube channels that have been growing and growing and growing, and it's very exciting, and I love being a part of it. So if you guys like Star Wars, if you like Game of Thrones, and you like Harry Potter, like come on down and check it out, because it's fun, and I do all the voices. Every voice is me. 12.
Is Brea Grant on Stanland?
Is who?
Brea Grant on Stanland?
Brea Grant. Potentially. There's so many people in Stanland. But the main actors are Bobby Moynihan and Rhea Seahorn, and or Ray Seahorn, sorry, and John Hamm, John Waters, a bunch of people. There's tons.
Stephen Waters.
Stephen Waters is also there. He's one.
Jason R. Phillips.
Well, check for me.
I'm having a lot of fun doing what have been doing for the last few years, and I'm finally at a point now where I don't feel like I'm constantly dying, like trying to get ahead, and I'm like, I'm in a spot that I feel like this is comfortable and good. So I'm very happy, and I think everybody who's been watching, and please continue to watch.
Yay.
But there is a question
there
that
is
needs to be asked each and every week, and we have our guests ask that question. If I count backwards from 3, I know you'll be able to ask it in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, have you seen this one?
Did you see this one?
So close.
Boom.
Oh man, the whole episode I didn't realize I have a diamond in each pocket of my coat the whole time. Did you, Caitlin? Did you put it here yesterday?
You found it.
Oh god.
And then what happened?
Piss.
Then we all went to bed.
Imagine they all pissed at the same time. That water would have been warm in seconds.
I'm pissing right now.
That would be like an interesting thing for Mythbusters if you could just like organize everybody. If Jack was like, okay, everybody, just calm down.
Everybody just piss. Calm down.
Good grief.
All you gotta do, everyone just pee right now. Drink the seawater and pee.
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And take a peek into the darkness with Heard Noise. Must Investigate with Michael Chan. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
I saw a comment that said my French kiss includes Spain and Portugal. I think you saw that comment too. I want to say that that might be funny, but it's also bullying.